Chapter 17:23. Looking at Kong Hai, who had broken through the wall, Riaz was pleasantly surprised at first. Then he felt that something was wrong. Kong Hai's appearance at this moment did not give Riaz the same feeling as before. A sharp gaze. That's right, it was a gaze that was as sharp as a knife, an extremely dangerous gaze. In the blink of an eye, Riaz felt his body being pulled back by someone, followed by a loud bang beside him. The person who pulled him was Lyoga. As for the source of the loud sound, it was Kong Hai. Mr. Kong Hai rushed out at a speed that Riaz could not react to. Then he threw out a heavy punch. Because of Lyoga's action, Mr. Kong Hai's heavy punch did not hit Riaz. Instead, it smashed through the floor. Kong Hai! Mr. Kong Hai! Riaz subconsciously called out this name. However, Kong Hai did not respond. His gaze locked onto Riaz again. Then he threw out another heavy punch. This time Lyoga threw Riaz aside. At the same time, she also threw out a heavy punch. Their fists collided. The floor instantly sank. Kong Hai and Lyoga, who were facing each other, stood still. It seemed that they were evenly matched. How long has it been since we last met? You've grown so strong? Lyoga narrowed her eyes. And why are you attacking us? No, your target is him? Shepherd, traitor, needs to be recalled. Kong Hai finally spoke. He looked at Lyoga, no longer as calm as before. Instead, there was a trace of stiffness in his voice. You also need to be recalled. I have recalled many things. This is the first time someone has recalled me. Lyoga sneered. Let's see if you have the ability. As she said that, a mark suddenly appeared on Lyoga's forehead. Her physical strength also surged at this moment. Unexpectedly at this moment, Kong Hai's fist suddenly extended a long and thin needle. Lyoga was caught off guard and was pierced by this long needle directly in the arm. This needle, which was only slightly bigger than an embroidery needle, pierced her skin. It was not even painful. Lyoga chuckled. Next time, you should use something more dangerous. This thing. Are you joking? However, in an instant, Lyoga suddenly fell to the ground in pain. The blood vessels on her body began to swell. The blue blood vessels were clearly visible under her white skin, and her blood began to flow backward in her blood vessels. How torturous was it to fall to the ground with blood flowing backward? Just by looking at Lyoga's extremely painful and scalp-numbing cry, it was enough to understand this was Lyoga, the witch by the side of the underwater city emperor. Riaz had never seen Lu Gu in such pain before. Kong Hai watched quietly. Finally, Lyoga stopped wailing. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. At this moment, her legs were trembling, but she stubbornly refused to fall. She raised her pale face. There were traces of blue blood on her cheeks. The mark on her forehead had already disappeared. You, what did you do to me? It neutralized the blue blood cells in your body. Kong Hai said expressionlessly, I injected you with a special antibiotic. According to research, the so-called blue blood cells are actually viruses. Research? What research? Where did the research come from? Lu Ji's expression gradually became excited. I don't know. Kong Hai said indifferently, my character only recovers the herders and their descendants. Now you are no match for me. I suggest you give up resisting. The moment he spoke, Kong Hai moved. His speed was as fast as ever. He easily grabbed Lu Ji's neck and had no intention of continuing the conversation. The moment Kong Hai grabbed Lu Ji's neck, he poured enough strength into his palm to crush her throat. Let her go. A furious voice came. Riaz's face was filled with anger. He jumped high and wrapped his legs around Kong Hai's neck. Then he forcefully twisted his waist and threw Kong Hai to the ground. The moment Kong Hai loosened his grip, Lu Gu was able to escape, but there were already a few terrifying strangle marks on her neck. How are you? Riaz quickly asked. At this moment, his legs were still wrapped around Kong Hai's neck. At the same time, he grabbed one of Kong Hai's arms and used his locking technique to completely pin Kong Hai to the ground. "First, take care of yourself. Cough, cough." "What?" While speaking, a huge force directly broke free from Ria's hands. Kong Hai completely ignored the state of having his neck strangled. His body twisted inhumanly and stood up. Riaz turned pale with fright, but Kong Hai directly grabbed his hair and threw him out. Bang! He felt as if all the bones in his body were shattered. The moment he hit the wall, his vision seemed to be taken away. Riaz only felt his mind go blank. Seeing that Kong Hai was about to throw another heavy punch without any intention of holding back, Lyoga abruptly threw a punch at the wall. In an instant, the wall shattered. The front wall shattered in the next second and fell down. Kong Hai looked up at the falling rubble. A large amount of rubble fell down and buried him in an instant. Rumble. The falling rubble piled up into a small mountain. But soon, Kong Hai broke out from the rubble. He looked around and found that Lu Go and the others were nowhere to be seen. Not completely neutralized, Kong Hai lowered his head thoughtfully. Then he muttered to himself, requesting access to host, transmitting Central Tower monitoring and searching for target. They didn't know where this place was, but they obviously didn't go far. Lu Go was now carrying Riaz and Helen in each hand, running in a place that looked like an indoor greenhouse. This place was huge enough, like a tropical rainforest. But this was clearly the interior of the Central Tower. "You're fine," Riaz exclaimed. However, Lazarite, who was in the middle of jumping, suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. Along with Riaz and Helen, who were being carried, they also fell to the ground heavily. At this time, Lu Gu directly spat out a mouthful of pus blood. The blood was already dark red. "Now, something's wrong." Lyoga weakly supported herself against the tree trunk and climbed up. The bulging veins on her pale face had already disappeared. She leaned against the tree trunk and said with a bitter smile, "All right, you can probably beat me easily now. Do you want to take revenge? Look at the situation now." Riaz was furious. "You still have the mood to joke like this. Your power was taken away. Aren't you worried at all?" "It's fine if it's gone." Lu Gu sighed. "Maybe it's something worth celebrating." "Of course, before we celebrate, we need to be alive to escape from that guy's hands." "Why did Mr. Kong Hai attack us?" "How would I know? Maybe he has something to do with this place, or maybe there's something wrong with his head. But the former is obviously more likely." Lu Gu staggered 2 steps and then jumped with all her strength, but she couldn't jump very high. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. "It seems that I'm still quite hypocritical. I'm really not used to the feeling of not having power. Let's take a break first. Mr. Kong Hai shouldn't be able to catch up so quickly. Besides, whether he can catch up is also a problem. If he's suppressed like that." Riaz sighed. Lu Gu sneered. "At that level, not to mention that guy, even if it was me just now, I wouldn't be able to stop him. This thing." Riaz looked at the conch in his hand. "His Majesty spent so much effort just to let me find this useless conch." Following Lu Ji's example, he had already put the conch to his ear to listen. Indeed, he could only hear the sound of the wind. "Riaz, why don't you try to blow this conch?" Helen suddenly said. "You mean blow it?" Riaz was startled and subconsciously looked at the end of the conch. Helen nodded vigorously at this moment. Riaz didn't hesitate. At this point, he naturally had to try any method. He put the end of the conch into his mouth, then took a deep breath and blew it out forcefully. Woo! A low sound followed, but there was nothing special about the sound of the conch blown by the horn. The only thing that was slightly special was that the sound of the horn seemed to be able to travel very far. The 3 of them waited for a moment and stared at the surroundings, but there was no change for a long time. Discouraged, Riaz put down the conch and smiled bitterly. "Well, it's a pity that this conch is empty. Otherwise, we can try to see if it can be cooked and eaten." After a slightly cold joke, Riaz awkwardly looked at the 2 pairs of eyes in front of him. When he was about to speak, his nose suddenly twitched, and then he suddenly looked at a certain direction in the forest. This immediately startled Lu Ge and Helen at the same time. Lu Ge was quick-witted and quickly picked up a withered branch from the ground. Who knew if it would work? Don't be afraid, it's not Mr. Konghai. At this moment, Riaz's face was filled with joy. He had already smelled a familiar scent. While Lu Ge was puzzled, several figures instantly rushed out from the towering shrubs in front of them. At the same time, there was a pleasantly surprised cry, "Riaz!" The moment the voice sounded, a figure quickly rushed up and directly hugged Riaz in her arms. It was a proud and mature woman. The little siren instantly opened her eyes wide, but she suddenly heard Lu Ge say in her ear, "Don't worry, this is his mother. She's not a threat to you. Or should I say, she's the biggest threat to you?" Woo! This sound seemed to have a life of its own. It didn't disperse immediately, but went far away. The sound kept moving forward in the dim metal corridor. It penetrated one door after another, and then penetrated into a huge room filled with blue light. There were large and small pools emitting faint light in the room. Finally, the sound moved to the top of one of the pools and finally penetrated into the pool water. All of a sudden, something opened its eyes in the pool. Strange! Why is it so easy this time? Along the way, King Mojito had told them more than once about the dangers of this place, especially about the red-black guys who were as tall as him. Whenever he talked about them, his face would turn solemn. Those red-black guys didn't show up. Longang ignored him and asked directly, "Do you think Lewis's legacy hasn't arrived?" "It's almost here," King Mojito said quickly. Without those red-black guys blocking the way, the speed is much faster this time. They were walking in the middle of a long metal corridor. Suddenly, King Mojito had his men stop. He twitched his nose and then quickly climbed up the wall. At the ceiling, His Majesty pried open a metal plate with a knife and then climbed in. Soon, Longang and Master Karen also climbed into the ceiling, followed by a group of ape warriors. "What's that smell?" Master Karen crawled behind King Mojito, looking at the red place exposed by the king. He didn't have a good experience. "Of course, it's the mark I left." King Mojito turned around and said, "The road here is very complicated. If I don't leave a mark, it's difficult to find that place. So every time I come here, I'll add another mark. Oh, I should drink more water. There don't seem to be enough marks now." Master Kai Luin's face darkened. He had already guessed how the mark was left behind by the beast. "Okay, we're here." The ventilation duct in front suddenly became open, but in fact, it was not very spacious. It was just a suspicious space that could accommodate a few people. Here, Master Karen saw something attached to the wall that looked like a rescue capsule. Mojito pointed to this thing and said, "This is the legacy I found. Unfortunately, it's connected to these pipes. I was afraid of breaking it, so I could only leave it here. Otherwise, I would have dragged it back to my territory. It's not easy to take the risk to come here every time. Very old guy, do you recognize this thing? It seems that the Emperor has been here." Master Karen's eyes lit up at this time. He walked up and touched the legacy that King Mojito mentioned, smiled and said, "This is a rescue capsule produced in the underwater city. It's a very old model and has been out of production for at least 60 or 70 years. You can open it." King Mojito grabbed Master Karen's arm excitedly at this time. "It should be possible. I'll try." After Master Karen checked it, he nodded and said, "It seems that you did the right thing not to take this rescue boat away. There's no magic energy here. It should rely on these lines to obtain energy from the central tower to maintain itself." "I knew it. I'm very smart." King Mojito grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. "It's okay. It's not difficult to open." Master Karen quickly said, "It's a universal password. You can enter it from here. Of course, if you don't know the password, it's difficult to open it." King Mojito could no longer hear what Master Karen said. He just muttered to himself, "Louis, I can finally see what you left behind." With the opening of the hatch, a white chill slowly came out. The hatch was finally opened to the limit. At the same time, everyone saw the thing placed inside. "What's this?" Master Karen opened his mouth, his face full of surprise. "A bone!" Subconsciously, the master wanted to pick up the bone, but someone was faster than him and took the bone in his hand. "Longang, you? This isn't a bone." Longang looked at the thing in his hand with a solemn expression. "This is a scale shed by the Sea Goblin King." "Sea Goblin King?" Master Karen frowned and said, "How do you know?" Longang didn't reply. He only stared fixedly at this piece of scale. Soon after, his eyes gradually emitted a strange light. As if it was attracted by his gaze, the Sea Demon King scale in his hand also suddenly flickered. The scales then projected a ray of white light. Then a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. Queen Mother. Longang's lips moved slightly and his expression became excited. "Let me guess who opened this message. Is it my descendant? Oh, by the way, is little Mojito also next to you? Louis, it's really you, despicable guy. I knew it, I knew it. King Mojito had already shed 2 lines of tears. I knew it. It's you. I've been waiting for this moment for too long." The word Queen Mother had already made Master Karen curse in his heart. Then King Mojito's Louis almost made Master Karen curse. So the Louis in this beast's mouth was not the same as the Undersea City Emperor in his understanding? Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. 4783rds. Chapter 1724. The woman in the light and shadow belonged to the heroic type. The outline of her face was slightly deep, but no matter how one looked at it, she seemed quite ordinary. Whether it was the identity of the so-called Queen Mother mentioned by Longang or the identity of the Louis mentioned by Mojito, there was no wind, but Master Karen was also in a mess. He could only remain silent, as if he was hiding in a garbage dump, hibernating, and secretly sizing up the young stray dogs and the old dogs who were fighting for food. "I think there is a high probability that it will be my descendant. Of course, it may be another sea demon royal family. Who asked my brothers and sisters to compete so fiercely?" The woman's voice sounded again in the light and shadow. But at this moment, King Mojito stretched out his hand toward the woman in the light and shadow, but his palm could only pass through. "I guess, Mojito, you must be planning to reach out and touch me now? You can't touch me. This is not a physical body, you fool." King Mojito was not angry but just smirked. This was the person he had waited for most of his life to see again. The scale only records the information she left behind. Longang shook his head this time. She may have imagined our reaction when she left the message, but it's obviously not an interaction. King Mojito did not care, as if he was satisfied to be able to hear such a voice again. "Louis, if you have anything to say, just say it. I'm listening here. I'll listen to you." "I'm sorry, Mojito. I lied to you. My name is not Louis. Louis is the name of another guy. I just borrowed his name and lived with you for a while. What's the matter? I was quite happy during this period. I don't think I'll forget it in the future. By the way, I'll tell you now. My real name is Iska. I won't forget it either. You despicable guy." King Mojito clenched his teeth, but soon laughed again. "Iska, Iska, Iska. Let's go back to my matter. Open the thing I left behind. You have to listen carefully. Woman." Iska's voice sounded again. "As I said, you have a high chance of being my descendant, or even the one I'm pregnant with now." Longang's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously looked at Iska in the light and shadow. She lowered her head and smiled, stroking her stomach. "I don't know if you can be born." Iska's voice sounded again. She shook her head. "Then, the guy who opened my message, how much do you know about the history of the Siren race and the underwater city?" Master Karen's expression couldn't help but change slightly, and her expression unknowingly became serious. Here is the origin of the Siren clan and the underwater city. The origin I'm talking about is not only before the Heavy Sea Era, but also before the Heavy Sea Era. That's right, the origin of the Lemurian civilization was here. This is a testing ground created by people we can't imagine. As for the Lemurians, in the beginning, they were only created as laborers for the experiment. However, there are no sea demon tribe, nor are there any people from Underwater City. We all look the same. We are called herders here and work for the central tower. An accident opened the door to the test site, and our common ancestors all left this place. That was how the Lemurian civilization came to be. Impossible. Master Karen let out a shocked and angry voice. But in an instant he was greeted with a heavy punch from King Mojito. The power of the punch instantly made the old man bend over and curl up on the ground in pain. Don't interrupt, Louis. Iska, I've waited for most of my life. I'll kill you, old man. Long Gang silently helped Master Karen up and shook his head at him. How should I put it? When I first found out about this, it probably took me some time to recover. But in fact, if I think about it carefully, it's not a big deal. Just like how the underwater city cultivated more suitable meat and poultry, the Lemurians were also cultivated by a more advanced civilization. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Perhaps the one who created the Lemurians was also the one who created them? She looked indifferent, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. But Long Gang was shocked by this thought. Although the ancestors left this place, they also took the key here with them. Perhaps when they left, the ancestors thought that one day they would come back again. Or maybe they hoped that this door would not open again. There are 2 keys. After so many years of development, they are kept by 2 people. One of them is the Great Sage, Leeds, one of the 7 great sages of the Lemurian era before the Heavy Sea Era. At the same time, he is also the common ancestor of our Siren tribe after the Heavy Sea Era. What? The Great Sage, Leeds, is actually... Master Karen couldn't help but exclaim. However, King Mojito instantly cast a murderous look, which made Master Karen's face turn pale and quickly shut his mouth. The other one is the ancestor of the current Underwater City's royal family, named Louis. But few people know that the identity of Louis is also one of the 7 great sages before the Heavy Sea Era. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me what the identities of these 2 key holders were. What's important is that the key held by the Siren tribe fell into my hands. Long Gang glanced at Master Karen. This time, the Underwater City used him to exchange for the key to the Siren royal court. The key of the Siren clan was actually lost at the very beginning. After the Siren clan and the Undersea City broke off, the secret of the key suddenly appeared. It may be that an ancestor who was in charge of the key died in that tragic war before he could pass it on. My key was found when I was bored and studied the remains of my ancestor, the Great Sage Leeds, and some of the works left behind. So, according to the information left behind by the Great Sage Leeds, the instructions about Land of Death, Land of Reincarnation, I found this place in the deep sea. The legend of Land of Death is actually... Master Karen just started to speak and then closed his mouth. What's interesting is that at the same time I found this place, another guy also found this place. Iska flipped her hair at this time. The guy who came later, I believe you can guess who the other person is. That's right, it's the Prince of the Underwater City, Prince Yi. This time Master Karen frowned. Even Long Gang frowned. Whether it was Master Karen or Long Gang, who had been lurking in the Underwater City for a while, they had never heard of the so-called Prince of the Underwater City. Prince Yi, the current Emperor of the Underwater City, Louis XXXX, had been in power for more than 100 years, nearly 200 years, but no one had ever heard of Louis XXXX leaving behind an heir. The 2 former empresses had also passed away in the past 100 years. Assuming that the time of the test site was the same as the time in the deep sea, according to Mojito and Iska's acquaintance, The time when Iska and Prince entered the test site was also within this 100 years. But there was almost no time left for them to contemplate. Iska in the light and shadow didn't stop what she was going to say. Yi is quite interesting. As the future emperor of the underwater city, he actually studied the works of the ancestors of the Siren tribe who defected and was also interested in Land of Death. Is it fate, or is it just a coincidence? A princess of the Siren royal court and a prince of the underwater city, each with the keys of their ancestors, came to the legendary Land of Death almost at the same time. There's no doubt that we cooperated and opened the door to the Land of Death together, coming to the place where this civilization originated. In the research of the great sage Leeds, he said that the Land of Death is also a land of reincarnation, which can let all life start again. In fact, this statement is not wrong. If this place is opened and the things here are released, the civilization outside will indeed lead to destruction. After the world is destroyed, it will usher in a new life, and a new civilization will naturally be born. Naturally, it is a reincarnation. Anyway, this is my understanding. I often quarrel with that guy because of this matter, but every time I can out-talk him. Don't you think it's annoying? Once I got angry, I simply ignored that guy and ran out, letting him fiddle with the central tower by himself. Later, I met Mojito. Oh, Mojito is quite interesting. At least during that time, he helped me pass a lot of time. Master, Karen glanced at His Majesty coldly. Looking at his silly smile at this time, his eyes could not help but have a trace of subtlety. Well, that's more or less my experience in the experimental site. Iska smiled and said, most of it is like this. The rest are some small things that happened because of physiological impulses in a boring life. I believe you won't be interested. Master Kai Luen opened his mouth. He was clearly very interested in the origin of the life within the body of the Queen Mother mentioned by Longang, as well as the matter of Prince Yi. But this was just a piece of information from the past. If the light and shadow left by Iska did not say anything, it would be futile no matter how much he desired. Well, write down what I want to say. I hope that, as a successor, you can remember it. Iska's expression suddenly became serious. Longang could not help but become solemn. Remember, if one day I am no longer here and Undersea City intends to attack the Siren tribe, or even intend to annihilate us, I hope that you will not resist and accept it peacefully. The voice stopped here. What? Longang was shocked. He, who had almost lost control of his emotions, rushed forward in an instant, but was also blocked by Mojito at the same time. Get lost! The furious Longang stared at the other party. But King Mojito was not afraid at all. I thought you were smarter than this old guy, but it turns out that you are also a fool. Listen, anger will only make you lose control. Longang gritted his teeth and said, Do you know what you just said? If someone tells you that someone will destroy your kingdom, and then tells you not to resist, to stand there and happily welcome death, you will do it. I will, Mojito said calmly. If she said it and she thinks it is right, I will. Unreasonable, Longang bellowed. Unreasonable, unreasonable. But after a moment of venting, Longang calmed down and stared at the scale, but the light on the scale had gradually dissipated and the light and shadow had disappeared. King Mojito carefully put away the scale and looked at Longang expectantly. Can I see Iska again? I am not in the mood. Longang shook his head. King Mojito did not speak, but directly put away the scale. He knew that Longang must have a way to open the scale again. Longang, perhaps instead of being calm, you should tell me your identity now, right? Master Karen frowned at this time. This Iska, who is she? Queen Mother? The Siren tribe's queen? She is indeed the Siren King, and also my Queen Mother. Longang shook his head somewhat dejectedly. The previous Siren King. But the Siren royal court once encountered an internal strife. During the internal strife, the Queen Mother was killed by the current Siren King for the crime of betrayal. After that, as a direct descendant of the Queen Mother, I was isolated. Looking at Master Karen, Longang sighed and said, "At that time the current Siren King found me and told me to sneak into the Undersea City to find a way to deal with the Undersea City Emperor. If I can gain something in this operation, it will clear the Queen Mother's name and restore the identity of my tribe." Master Karen was not very excited, perhaps because he had some doubts about Longang's identity. He was silent for a while, then frowned and said, "So the child who hasn't been born yet is you? Iska was pregnant here. Your father is Prince Yi?" Longang opened his mouth and shook his head. "I don't know. This part of the time is very vague. It might not be me." "How many children does your Queen Mother have?" Master Karen asked step by step. "Two. I still have Kaya. Obviously, you have a greater chance." Master Karen said in a deep voice, "And you are a mixed breed. Has your Queen Mother ever mentioned your biological father to you?" Longang shook his head. "She didn't mention it, and there is no need to mention it. When the Siren clan gives birth to offspring, they never pay attention to the parents. Although the royal court pays attention to it to preserve the bloodline, they will only treat the father and mother well at most, because they are just tools for giving birth. I know who my Queen Mother is, but I don't know who my father is. Just like other royal families, they know who their father is, but they don't know who their mother is." "What a barbaric rule," Master Karen sneered. "But this way, I am even more certain that you are Iska and Prince Ye's child." Longang's face turned pale. The Undersea City officials never had any record of Prince Yi. So where did Prince Yi come from? Unless Iska lied in the message, or, from the beginning, the person who entered here with Iska and held the other key lied. Who is lying? Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 1725. King Mojito ordered his ape warriors to dismantle the escape pod where the scales were placed and move them out. In the past, he was afraid that he would damage the things inside after taking away the escape pod. Now that he had obtained the scales left by Iska, he naturally didn't have too many misgivings. Longang was very silent. Master Karen's conjecture made him fall into deep doubt. Later on, he didn't hide his past from Master Karen. As the descendant of the previous Sea Goblin King, Longang had been imprisoned since he was young because of the struggle between the two Sea Goblin Kings. His days weren't very good. He went undercover in Underwater City only to restore his identity and wash away the crime of the previous Sea Goblin King, Iska. Crime, betrayal. How could the dignified Sea Goblin King have such a terrible crime of betrayal? But what if Iska really had a child with the Prince of Underwater City? Both sides already had an unresolvable enmity. Even if it was the Sea Goblin King, if this kind of news spread, it wouldn't be able to suppress the fury of the entire Sea Goblin Royal Court, right? Even to the extent that the current Sea Goblin King deliberately trained you when you were young and finally sent you to Underwater City as a spy. The reason given to you was to let you wash away the crime on your body through this operation. But what about in private? Master Karen said slowly with his hoarse voice, "It may know who you are, but it didn't tell you anything. It made you come to Underwater City. It made you go against the government of Underwater City, and it made you kill each other." Humph. The Sea Goblin King is also a vicious guy, but he's so shrewd. He's also made to be an emperor. His heart is really ruthless. Enough, Master. This is just your wishful thinking. Longang said in a deep voice, "There is no evidence to prove this." "Indeed, I don't," Master Karen said indifferently. "But even if there isn't, you have already begun to think so in your heart, and even believe in this direction, right? There is no Prince Yi in Underwater City. You and I both know about this." Master Karen frowned. "Indeed, there's nothing about Prince Yi. But don't forget that the royal government can manipulate the memories of the people. Every time there's violence, every time there's a carnival, there will always be many people who mysteriously disappear, and everyone will forget about them. Isn't it because we noticed this that we established Destiny and worked hard to liberate the people of Underwater City from the Emperor's reign of terror? What do you mean?" Long Gang also frowned. Master Karen said calmly, since someone from the Sea Demon Royal Court knew about the matter between Iska and Prince Yi, and thus seized the opportunity to overthrow Iska's throne, successfully seizing power, then why is it that the Undersea City's royal government doesn't know about this matter? Perhaps Prince Yi really did exist, but we have all forgotten about this matter. Besides, Louis XXXIX has been on the throne for nearly 200 years. There have been 2 empresses, but he has never left behind a child. This is already a very strange matter. You mean, I'm just guessing. Master Karen shook his head. And these guesses are of no help to our current situation. Mojito has found what he wanted to find, but it's obviously not what we need. You should face up to one thing. We still can't leave here. I want to calm down. Long Gang sighed. You really should calm down. Master Karen patted Long Gang's shoulder. Then he walked toward the ape warriors who were dismantling the escape capsule. How long are you going to take to dismantle it like this? Let me do it. You still have to find an old guy like me for this kind of old-fashioned thing. King Mojito couldn't hear the sarcasm in his words at all. Hearing this, he even let the ape warriors retreat to the side with some joy. Old guy, when we go back, I'll reward you with a few strong female apes. The corner of the master's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He squatted down without saying a word and began to dismantle the escape capsule. Just as the ape warriors couldn't understand, King Mojito was touching the scales in his hand like it was a treasure, and Long Gang was distracted. Master Karen suddenly pressed a button on the side of the escape capsule. Then, a box suddenly popped out. Master Karen quickly glanced at it, put the things in the box into his sleeve, and then pressed the box back. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Soon, Master Karen stood up and clapped her hands. All right, you can move it now. This thing can still be used. I'll help you fix it when we go back. I'm Mojito. We'll give you 2 more female apes. Master Karen shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No need as long as you can give me something to eat. King Mojito, I'm afraid the 2 of us can't leave in a short time, let alone help you leave here. For the time being, we can only stay in your territory. Please take care of us in the future. As long as he's willing to release Iska and listen to me, you can stay as long as you want. King Mojito thumped his chest and agreed. But at this moment, a slight tremor came from all around, and this tremor gradually became stronger. What's going on? Master Karen's face changed slightly. This place seems to be collapsing. Leave here immediately. All the hair on King Mojito's body stood on end. Something terrifying has appeared. Decades ago, I defeated the most powerful beast, but it didn't give me this feeling. Go, go. And Long Gang's heart was beating inexplicably. He also vaguely felt a terrifying aura. In the dense tropical rainforest, Mrs. Kaye was gently stroking Riaz's head, always smiling, listening to Riaz's experiences during this period, including his encounter with Helen. How could a child deceive their parents? Parents were the same. So you're from Undersea City? Lyoga suddenly whispered into Helen's ear. She had only just learned about this from Riaz's narration to Madame Kaya. Helen glanced at Lyoga with some fear, then nodded silently. Don't be afraid. I don't have much prejudice against foreign species. Lyoga said indifferently, Louis was planning to marry a woman from the ground. Helen asked timidly, You always mention Louis's name. Is he the most important person to you? Is he your favorite person? Although I don't reject foreign species, I'm more curious about the physiological structure of foreign species. Lyoga smiled and said, If you don't mind, when there's a chance, let me cut a few times to see what's inside your body. This immediately made the little siren's face turn pale, and she unconsciously took a few steps back. Lady Lyoga, this looks like a little girl who doesn't know anything. There's no need to scare her, Mrs. Caius said indifferently. Lyoga shrugged and smiled, She might be the one to steal your son away. You're helping her so soon. Lady Lyoga must be joking. Mrs. Kaya said indifferently, he's my child. Naturally, he won't be stolen by anyone. However, if the child grows up and wants to leave as a parent, I won't stop him. It seemed to be a little tit for tat. The warriors of Underwater City were in a very difficult situation. Madame Kaya was their direct superior, but the Silver Moon, which was even more so their superior. They could only stare blankly and pretend that they saw nothing, and then focus on monitoring their surroundings. Lady Lyoga, let's talk over there. It's just me and you, Mrs. Kaya suddenly said. Then let's go. Lyoga took a step forward and walked behind a large tree. Mrs. Kaya patted Riaz's cheek and gave him a reassuring look before quickly walking behind the tree as well. What do you want to say? The girl leaned against the tree trunk with her arms crossed. It was not big. Mrs. Kaya was silent for a while before frowning. Where is my husband? Lyoga said casually, didn't I tell you that your husband's negligence led to a major incident in Astral 6? Many outstanding researchers from the kingdom lost their lives, and he's now locked up in Undersea City's prison. Do your job well for the kingdom and make up for your mistakes. When the time comes, you'll see your husband. Madame Kaya continued to stare at Lugu closely. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said, Before I met up with you, I had always been moving with Karen and Longang, and I've learnt a few things from Longang. Tell me about it. Lyoga raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Kaya said in a low voice, I want to see my husband. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Lyoga sneered. Have you forgotten who I am? I know who you are, the shadow by the Emperor's side. Mrs. Kaya narrowed her eyes. But here I'm the strongest. Riaz has already told me that your power has been taken away. You're just a normal person now. This damned brat. The girl cursed in her heart, but there was no fear on her face. She even laughed coldly. Even if I'm just a normal person, I've probably killed dozens of times more people than you. You might not have any power, but there are some techniques that can be used without any power. You probably can't take it away. Besides, why don't you try and see if I can command your subordinates if you attack me here? After we return. Mrs. Kaya said coldly, I want to see my husband. Then I'll tell you about Longang. Do as you wish, Lyoga said indifferently. I don't want to hear it if it's not something important. Mrs. Kaya did not say anything and left. The moment she returned to Riaz's side, she returned to her gentle, motherly self. Riaz, is the key still on you? Riaz shook his head. No, I was already here when I woke up. It's probably still on the door outside. Were you the only one here when you woke up? Mrs. Kaya suddenly asked. And Helen? Riaz shook his head again, but Helen only woke up after me. There's also Brother Luo and Big Sister. They should have woken up before me. Are you talking about the two people who studied with you in the Tianjin courtyard? Mrs. Kaya could not help but frown. Riaz nodded, but he thought, if Mother still remembers Brother Luo and Big Sister, doesn't that mean only Helen has forgotten about them? Where are they? They're gone. Riaz shook his head. I don't know where they are right now. They suddenly vanished right in front of me. Mother, are you suspecting that Brother Luo has taken the key? You don't know what they did before you woke up, Mrs. Kaya said indifferently. Madame Kaya said indifferently, I don't know either, but there's always a possibility. Remember, even your closest kin can be deceived, let alone ordinary friends. But Brother Luo and the others don't seem to have any reason to do that, Riaz said instinctively. Mother, Brother Luo and the others are my friends. They even helped me participate in the flying serpent competition. There was also no evidence to prove this. It was only his intuition. Enough, Riaz. Mrs. Kaya placed her hands on her son's shoulders and said softly, Mother didn't want you to suspect your friends. On the contrary, Mother is happy that you were able to make friends. Do you know? All these years, both mother and father have been busy with work and haven't been able to take good care of you. I know that you were very lonely when you were young, and you didn't have many friends after you grew up. However, true friends won't suddenly disappear right in front of you. Perhaps they have some special reason. I hope so. I also hope that they're good people. Mrs. Kaya smiled. As a mother, she clearly did not plan on using a commanding tone in front of her child. All right, even if we don't have the key, there will be a way to leave. At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out. It was Helen. After the cry of surprise, Helen fell to the ground. She even hugged her own body and began to tremble. Her face was abnormally pale. What happened? Lyoga was the first to walk to Helen's side and asked with a frown. Something terrifying. It's coming. Helen's voice began to tremble. It's coming. Something terrifying? Lyoga subconsciously frowned. Could it be Mr. Konghai? Riaz suddenly shivered. Not him. It's something else. It's coming. Let's go. It's coming. Helen cried out again. At this moment, along with Helen's cry of surprise, the entire rainforest began to violently tremble. Riaz's expression changed slightly, because at this moment he also smelled a terrifying smell. What happened? Central Tower, Laboratory Number 1. Feeling the slight tremors from the floor, Miss Maid suddenly looked at the Central Tower's host. At this moment, a beautiful black flaming butterfly was dancing gracefully in the air, and dancing together with this black flaming butterfly was a ladybug the size of a fist. In other words, the ladybug was being chased by the butterfly. The source code of the Central Tower's host was madly generating all kinds of vicious curses. But after hearing Miss Maid's question, Ladybug, host quickly said it's nothing. It's just an experimental subject that woke up. An experimental body woke up? Miss Maid frowned prettily. Immediately, Miss Maid looked at the pure black force field. A figure slowly walked out of the force field. It was indeed Luaccio. Master, Miss Maid called softly and instantly put the topic of the host behind her. What's so important about that? Boss Luo smiled. He was holding a pile of stones in his hands and walked back easily. Did you wait long? I didn't go in for long. Not long, Miss Maid said softly, but I don't want there to be a next time. As your maid, I should always be by your side. Give me a box. Boss Luo smiled. Miss Maid turned her hand, and a gorgeous box appeared instantly. Luaccio carefully put the stones in his hands into the box and put it away. These are something to keep as a souvenir. Boss Luo didn't elaborate. Instead, he looked at a ladybug that was frantically avoiding the black flame butterfly in the air and blinked curiously. Then what happened to it? No, Miss Maid said casually. Maybe it felt bored. The Central Tower's host once again generated countless fragrant language codes in its core. Boss Luo smiled casually, then felt the vibration from the floor, and suddenly said, It seems that I didn't go in for long. I came out at the right time. Hashtag PS1. Thank you to the cute author of Student who is so cute for serving tea to capitalism. PS2. Thank you again to the cute author of Student who is so cute. Because of you, because my surname is also Who. Someone once called me Student Who. PS3. 48 83rds plus 1 is equal to 84. PS4. I feel that I can outrun the denominator. End of this chapter. Chapter 1726. Boss Luo said that he came out at the right time, but the Central Tower's host didn't think so at all. It was too late. How long had this black flame butterfly been bullying the Central Tower of the test site, been bullied by this black flame butterfly? It was just a projection being chased. Even if it was burned, the Central Tower's host wouldn't suffer any actual damage. But because it was an intelligence that was close to a complete soul, it was about to step into the stage of an intelligent life. It was afraid of death. Well, it didn't like to die. Of course, on the other hand, it was also silently recording the various changes in its source code at this time. Obviously, it was threatened, and even as the weaker party, this kind of situation had never happened before. So in this contradiction, the Central Tower's host began to refresh its data rapidly. In short, although it was abused to some extent, it was also happy. However, the black flame butterfly stopped chasing at this moment and slowly flew back to Miss Maid's shoulder and then disappeared. The Central Tower's host was quite disappointed. It felt that its evolution seemed to have slowed down suddenly, but at the same time it was also aware that Luaccio had discovered something after coming out of the pure black force field. So it put most of its energy on this side. However, as the Central Tower's host, it was obviously able to handle all the things that happened in the Central Tower at this time. Is there anything left in the force field? The Central Tower's host asked directly at this time, and at the same time it began to deal with the awakening of a sealed experimental subject. Stop your other actions first. Boss Luo suddenly said without any head or tail. The host, which had transformed into a ladybug, could only rely on the sudden pause at this time to express its doubts. Temporarily stop the recovery of this awakened experimental subject. Luaccio added more confidently, "How do you know?" The host fell into deeper doubts. Although it had voluntarily been forced to open the authority to the other party didn't use the authority to snoop on everything that happened in the Central Tower at this time. Moreover, he had just walked out of the pure black force field that isolated everything. "Don't you want to stop?" Luaccio said indifferently. The Central Tower could only helplessly say, "You have the authority to ask me to do this. However, I don't recommend it. This test subject is relatively unstable, so when the test subjects were released, they were excluded from the list. If it continues to move, it may cause some irreparable damage to the Central Tower. It won't come here." Luaccio smiled and said, "He won't threaten your existence. I have other uses for this experimental body. When it has done what it wants to do, you can retrieve it." "Other functions?" Luaccio said lightly, "This is also one of the reasons why I went directly to the mainframe room. As for the pure black force field, it's an unexpected gain. It doesn't matter if we temporarily stop the recall of the experimental subjects." The Central Tower's host said directly, "I hope to know what happened to you in the space inside the force field. This may allow me to find out the reason for the accident in the experiment with experimental subject number 00. "Let me tell you the reason," Luaccio suddenly said. "What is the reason?" The Central Tower's host's voice rose and fell, revealing a hint of excitement. Luaccio said slowly, "The reason for the accident in the experiment is that the experimental subject itself wishes for an accident to happen." "This logic doesn't hold," the Central Tower's host said with a hint of surprise. "Everything is under control. My monitoring is very tight, and I haven't given it any chance to create any accidents." Boss Luo shook his head and said, "No, it can do it because that's an ability close to fate. Although I'm not very clear on what reason your creator had for choosing to conduct this experiment in secret, I don't know. But perhaps even Cicero himself didn't think of this. Fate as ability. Fate as ability?" The Central Tower's host's voice was slightly deeper. "Fate is control. I control everything in the experiment field, which is equivalent to me controlling the fate here." "You mean experimental subject number 00 controls me?" "It doesn't control you." Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "It just let fate affect everything here. I just said that it's an ability close to fate. I didn't say that this is fate itself." "I don't understand. There's not enough data about fate." "You want to know?" Luaccio said suddenly. The Central Tower's host instantly gave an affirmative answer. Boss Luo blinked and said softly, "Don't worry, you'll know." The Central Tower's host immediately generated all kinds of fragrant words in the code. From the beginning, It had already entered the data of this man and woman into the database for analysis, but it didn't analyze anything. But at this moment, it felt something strange from Boss Luo's words. That was this guy before entering the pure black force field, and after coming out now, seemed to be, well, a little more lively. Naughty. Oh, right. Luocho smiled and said, "You look quite cute now. Insects are a kind of creature with a particularly tenacious vitality. Maybe they'll be quite suitable for you." "Oh, is that so?" The Central Tower's host was stunned again, then it secretly denied. How could insects be suitable for it? It just felt that its evolution was not complete, so it temporarily changed its appearance at the suggestion of Miss, made to better hide the emotional fluctuations that it could not handle well. In the default setting of the Central Tower, when it completed the evolution of life, it should at least have a strong body with a completely composite mechanical perspective. There were so many mutants in the experimental site as a reference, so it should be able to design a strong body that met its own requirements. So, you don't have any information about experimental subject number 00, right? The Central Tower's host said with some disappointment, "It seems that I need more time to recover it." Miss Maid suddenly asked curiously, "This experimental subject has escaped for so long, and you only plan to recover it now?" On the one hand, it's because the experimental site was closed. The Central Tower's host said unhurriedly, "On the other hand, my evolution is at a critical moment. Most importantly, the world is so big, I want to go out and see after I have a body." Unexpectedly, it was a host computer with a poetic dream. "Soon, it won't take long." Luocho smiled and said, "I hope you like the outside world. Feel everything from the perspective of a complete life." Even as a ladybug, there was a sense of expectation in its eyes. Become a complete life. It seemed to have fallen into a certain state. Luocho glanced at it and decided to ignore it for the time being. The Central Tower's host gave him permission. At this time, Boss Luo directly used this permission to open the surveillance in the Central Tower. These operations were just the subroutines of the host, and it shouldn't be distracted at this time. Guess what else Lewis has prepared for Riaz. Boss Luo suddenly looked at Yu Yi and smiled. Miss Maid wasn't at the scene of the transaction between the Master and the Undersea City Emperor. It was actually the transaction between Boss Luo II and the Undersea City Emperor. She hadn't seen the content of the contract yet, so she couldn't know all the details at this time. But this didn't prevent Miss Maid from playing this little game of speculation with the Master. So Miss Maid turned her eyes and said, "Angry?" Boss Luo smiled slightly. "You'll know soon." The Master became cheerful. Miss Maid suddenly thought, something terrible. Little Siren's frightened look could infect everyone present. They couldn't help but feel a vague sense of fear because of Helen's panic at this time. And soon, this fear became a reality. First, a huge shadow covered the sky above the tropical jungle at this time. Then, a huge blue light was projected from the shadow. Above their heads, a blue figure was slowly descending at this time. Dark blue, skin the color of the sea. The figure that descended at this moment didn't have any hair on its body. It didn't even have the characteristics of a man or a woman. It had a perfect body structure and distinct facial features, but it was nearly 3 meters tall. "Everyone be careful." Madame Kaya waved her hand. Several soldiers of the Undersea City instantly raised their weapons and were fully alert. But in the next moment, their weapons suddenly flew out of their hands. These sturdy guns were crazily twisted at this time and finally crumpled into a ball, then fell to the ground. Then, this blue giant finally landed on the ground. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Lyoga's forehead. Her current state was actually the worst, not to mention Kong Hai. Even if she fought with Riaz, she might not be able to win. Now, there was a blue giant. At this moment, while everyone was sizing up this blue giant, it was also sizing up everyone. Its gaze swept through everyone present and finally stopped at Riaz. Madame Kaya immediately raised her hand to block it. This was an instinctive reaction to protect her child. However, it was exactly because of her actions that she was sent flying all of a sudden. She smashed into the side and immediately cracked the trunk of a huge tree. Mother! Riaz was both shocked and furious. The blood in his body began to boil. An unprecedented anger drove his entire body. You dare hit my mother! Riaz's legs kicked. The ground instantly shattered as his body shot out like a bullet. Did he become stronger again? Lyoga was stunned. Even though she had always looked down on Riaz's weakness, she had never really treated him as trash. How long had it been since the flying serpent competition? Not long, but Riaz had already activated the power of his blue blood. Even for her, it had taken her a long time to activate the power of her blue blood. However, even though Riaz's blue blood power increased quickly, it was not to an unbelievable degree. The current Riaz was still very weak in her eyes. At most, he had turned from an ant into a powerful ant. Not to mention the difference between Riaz fully awakened and the difference between Riaz's power before her power was taken away and activated to the limit was like heaven and earth. As expected, Riaz's aura was very fierce, but the moment he rushed in front of this blue giant, the giant easily grabbed Riaz's fist. After grabbing the fist, it casually swung it and smashed Riaz's entire body to the ground, as if he was hit by dozens of flying serpents at high speed. Riaz felt like his spine was about to shatter. His brain was shaken, and he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. After being smashed, he completely lost the ability to move. The conch on his body also rolled out because of this. At this moment, the blue giant actually bent down and picked up the conch on the ground. Then it did something that surprised everyone and actually put the conch next to its ear and listened. This terrifying blue giant had actually come for this conch. In an instant, Lyoga had this realization in her heart. Lewis had left this conch behind to attract the blue giant's appearance? Riaz spat out another mouthful of blood. He struggled a few times, but he was unable to get up. He could only stare at the blue giant. However, the blue giant was abnormally quiet right now. It even closed its eyes and sat on the ground, listening to the conch's sound just like that. Lyoga suddenly gave a signal with her eyes. A few soldiers of the underwater city quickly ran out in fear and carried Riaz back. At the same time, they also brought the heavily injured Madame Kaya back from the other side. Due to Riaz's powerful regenerative physique, he was still heavily injured, but he was able to catch his breath. However, Madame Kaya's condition was clearly much worse. She had directly fainted. "Let's go," Lyoga said decisively. This giant's attention seems to be drawn to the conch right now. You can't deal with it right now. Riaz nodded silently. Then he personally carried Madame Kaya on his back, feeling his mother's weak heartbeat on his back. Riaz coldly glanced at the motionless blue giant. This was the first time in his life that he wanted to use violence to destroy a life so much. Bam! A loud sound suddenly rang out. A long line of dust rolled into the sky. At the same time, a crack that was dozens of meters tall appeared on the wall at the edge of the tropical forest. Then, a figure slowly walked out from the long line of dust. Konghai. At the center of his palm, there was a flash of lightning. Found you. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. I'm not feeling well. I'm not as usual. Chapter 1727. I didn't arrange this. The Central Tower's mainframe suddenly said. He did it because of his previous orders not to deal with this awakened experimental subject. In fact, if it was to capture the special experimental subject, I would have sent out the glorious Sun-level Vanguard. So, if you need it, I can order it to leave. It was obviously talking about Kong Hai's appearance in the tropical jungle test site of the Central Tower. No need, it's fine as it is. Boss Luo looked at the image on the light screen and smiled. Let's talk about the glorious Sun-level Vanguard? This seems to be a division of the Eternal Kingdom. How do you know? The Central Tower's mainframe couldn't help but ask curiously. But it quickly recalled that Luocio had previously said something like he would always know. It appeared on its own. As expected, Boss Luo still responded in this way. I don't have a way for now. The Central Tower's host could only say, generally it's divided into the common tier, followed by the dawn tier, the radiant moon tier, and the glorious sun tier, followed by the eternal tier that surpasses the glorious sun tier in all aspects. Basically, this division is applicable to all military products. Miss Maid suddenly said, so the highest grade you have here is the so-called glorious sun-level military product, the so-called Vanguard. The Central Tower's mainframe seemed to have regained some of its confidence. The glorious sun level is already the highest grade that citizens are allowed to use other than the eternal royal family, especially the glorious sun level for combat. It can at least achieve the combat power of a planet's extinction. Miss Maid was slightly moved. The extinction of a planet is only the lowest level of the glorious sun level. Of course, the Central Tower's mainframe regained some of its confidence again. The highest level can even achieve the level of crushing a standard star. That's indeed an impressive combat power. For the first time, Miss Maid didn't underestimate it. The Central Tower's mainframe seemed to be excited, and its voice carried some pride. As for the eternal grade, it can even achieve the level of completely erasing the target from the timeline. Remember, it's not just the time of a single world, but the time of all time and space. Even Miss Maid was completely moved at this moment. She couldn't achieve the impact of the entire timeline. This was an ability that only a shop owner should have. How many glorious sun-class vanguards are there in the Central Tower? Boss Luo suddenly asked. 1. The Central Tower's host said calmly, only my former creator, as a prince of empire, has the authority to equip glorious sun-class vanguards in his private testing grounds. What is Mr. Konghai's level? The servant girl asked. Dawn rank. The Central Tower's main host said directly, if it hadn't been damaged, this bio-soldier would have had the combat strength of a Dawn tier, and it would have been an elite even among Dawn tiers. You said it was damaged? Miss Maid frowned. The Central Tower's host thought about it and said, back then, when the descendants of the two shepherds escaped from the experimental site, when the door was opened, I only had time to send out this Dawn-class bio-soldier. What do you call it, Konghai? That was his name after that, Boss Luo said casually. He said that he had forgotten many things. That's right. The Central Tower's main host said calmly. This time it returned to the testing grounds and connected to me through the internal network. I've discovered that its memory system has been severely damaged, and its combat ability has dropped drastically. However, after reading its data, I've discovered that there's another type of plug-in in its body that can help optimize it. It's also repaired its memory to a certain extent, allowing it to recover some of its combat ability. Right now, it's probably between common and dawn grade. So, Mr. Konghai lost his memory after leaving the testing grounds after a fierce battle. Boss Luo muttered. When he left the testing grounds, Mr. Konghai was in his best condition. Dawn tier. Then, the one that attacked Mr. Konghai had to be at least Dawn tier. The Central Tower's mainframe didn't seem to mind. It's just a Dawn grade bio-soldier. Prince Cicero left behind a production line here. With the materials we have in stock, we can still make 398 more. Miss Maid didn't say anything this time. The foundation of Eternal Kingdom was much deeper than she had imagined. According to the Central Tower's main host, Eternal Tier bio-soldiers could even control the entire timeline. If she was evaluated in Eternal Kingdom's system, she was still at Glorious Sun tier when she was at her peak. As expected, the primordial that those fellows in the dimensional crevice have been searching for is Eternal Kingdom. Miss Maid said in a low voice, a world that is far beyond the progress of all primordial civilizations, reaching eternity or close to it. The primordial isn't that simple, Boss Luo said suddenly. Miss Maid couldn't help but move her lips. But Boss Luo, just shook his head and said, "Eternal Kingdom is just the door before the primordial. However, to you and me, to a certain extent, we are already in the primordial." Looking at the moved Miss Maid, Boss Luo said faintly, "I'm talking about the things I lost that were imprisoned. The freedom he sold to the previous owner, the freedom of the soul." "Master." She seemed to have something to say. Boss Luo shook his head gently. "Let's end this topic. We don't have to dwell on it. After this, I finally confirmed one thing. The central tower's main host was completely blocked, as if the time here had been suddenly taken out of the timeline. There was no front or back." Boss Luo looked at Mississippi Maid with a complicated look. He said softly, "As long as the source exists, it turns out that everything can be a toy for me." "It's the toy they gave me." "Who are they?" The question came from the bottom of her heart. She almost blurted it out at this moment, but there was a silent force that melted all the doubts. Following that, Miss Maid actually felt a strong sense of joy. It was a pure thing called love. It was tenderly encircling its master. In an instant, the time that was taken away came back. It returned to the place where it was originally broken, connecting the front and the back, making everything flow again. Remember the words just now in the depth of your memory, and then forget it. Boss Luo suddenly smiled. "Otherwise, if others hear it, I'll feel like I'm asking for a beating." Miss Maid was stunned. Luaccio in the past would never speak in such a tone. Sure enough, since the pure black force field came out, the master really became more cheerful. "Actually, I was like this before." Luaccio smiled. "A few years ago. At that time, he was just a high school student. His father was still a well-loved police officer, and he was surrounded by elders who were very kind to him. They were all people who loved him deeply." "That's great." Yi murmured softly. "Of course. Sometimes I'll be naughty and mischievous." Boss Luo smiled. "There will always be times when I'm naughty. Do you like it?" She had already answered with a beautiful smile. Boss Luo slowly exhaled. This was the gift he received from the pure black force field from the Emperor Califar. Looking at the two who were staring at each other, the central tower, host of the ladybug, was floating in boredom. It was making an infinity circle between the two. Therefore, Boss Luo suddenly stretched out his finger and flicked the ladybug's body. The ladybug immediately crashed into the light screen used for observation in front, and then directly penetrated through it. On the light screen, there was only a ripple. At this moment, Riaz's face was distorted. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. This was probably referring to Riaz's group. The terrifying blue giant had not been dealt with, and the troublesome Mr. Kong Hai had already caught up with him. I heard that before the sunken sea era, an astronomer discovered a star in the sky that represented Broom, a star that brings bad luck. Tell me, are you born from this star? Facing Lyoga's complaints, Riaz didn't even have the strength to argue with her. If I'm the Jinx, then there must be another Jinx who will be born as you, okay? You've improved. The young girl Lyoga suddenly smiled. Riaz, I've decided to give you your graduation homework. Go, beat this guy to the ground. He really wanted to say something unlucky, like so many people died, why didn't I die? But obviously this was not the time because Mr. Kong Hai was approaching. Riaz had a feeling that all his escape routes had been sealed. At this moment, no matter which direction he went, he would inevitably be attacked by the electric arcs in Mr. Kong Hai's palm. We meet again, Mr. Kong Hai. The environment here is not bad. Are you here for a walk? Riaz, your vitality magnetic field has strengthened, Mr. Kukai suddenly said. What? Riaz could not help but be startled. Mr. Kong Hai looked at Lyoga and said indifferently, Your life force field has weakened a lot. It seems the neutralization has completely taken effect. Lyoga only narrowed her eyes, but her small fists quietly clenched tightly until they turned white. At this moment, Mr. Kong Hai's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lyoga. This time, she could not react at all. She saw Mr. Kong Hai's fist swinging towards her forehead. After this punch would probably be an extremely bloody scene. Lyoga's eyes only widened a little. She wanted to move, but her reflexes had become extremely slow. After her bloodline was neutralized, she had completely declined to a life form that was only slightly stronger. However, an enormous force pulled her to the side. When she reacted, all she saw was Riaz holding his hands in front of his body as he slid backwards, a distance of more than 10 meters. He had successfully blocked Mr. Kong Hai's attack. I was saved by this guy again? Lyoga subconsciously frowned. At this moment, Mr. Kong Hai's face showed a hint of surprise as Riaz blocked his attack. If that's the case, then let's withdraw first, Riaz. After saying that, Mr. Kong Hai rushed forward once again, this time even faster. When Riaz was in school, he did not know how to fight. At most, he only knew how to wave his fists, randomly. This week he had been trained by Lyoga quite fiercely, but he still did not have much combat experience. But the opponent he was facing was a specially developed Dawn-class bio-soldier. The result of resisting was instant failure. The moment he failed, Riaz's blood began to boil again, as if something was about to emerge from his forehead. Mr. Kong Hai, who was holding Riaz down with one hand, calmly stretched out his other hand. At the tip of his finger, a long needle had already appeared. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound rang out. It was actually a sharp cry that shook people's hearts. That sound even turned into a visible sound wave that directly rushed towards Mr. Kong Hai, but this sound wave attack did not seem to cause any harm to Mr. Kong Hai. He only looked at the source of the sound wave, Helen, who was currently filled with fear and excitement. My target is only the herdsman and the herdsman's descendants, not you. Mr. Kong Hai said indifferently, "Please stop your actions, or else I will automatically defend myself. In fact, I now also feel that violence is not the way to solve problems. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. What did I do? What did the herdsman do wrong to make you hold on to us and not let us go?" Riaz was filled with grief and indignation. "What right do you have to decide our fate like this? This is only an order," Mr. Kong Hai said casually. Then the long needle with the syringe instantly pierced into Riaz's neck. At this moment, Lyoga unexpectedly fell to the ground, unlike her usual self. It was as if Riaz's neutralization was far more serious than her own neutralized power. "Ah!" Riaz screamed. He had seen the scene of Lyoga being injected by Mr. Kong Hai personally. He had seen a violent woman like Lyoga who was in so much pain that she wanted to die. This was completely a reaction of the body. However, gradually, Riaz found that something was wrong. Pain. It was indeed very painful. Anyone who had a needle in their neck would feel very painful. But it seemed that it was only a stinging pain and was completely incomparable to Lyoga's pain that she wanted to die. Mr. Kong Hai also showed a rather strange expression at this moment. Riaz gritted his teeth, took the opportunity to exert his strength, and escaped. His strength was not weak, and he immediately pushed Mr. Kong Hai away. However, Mr. Kong Hai quickly found his balance and landed on the ground. "What happened? Your power was not neutralized." Lyoga looked at Riaz in disbelief, and her mouth was wide open in surprise. It seems that there is nothing wrong." Riaz subconsciously clenched his fist. "I feel quite good." "Haha." Lyoga laughed and said with a big laugh, "I didn't expect you to be immune to that guy's injection. It's really, really great." "No." Mr. Kong Hai shook his head at this moment. He didn't have an immune neutralization potion. It didn't work because my potion was suddenly stuck and didn't shoot out. Riaz was stunned. Lyoga was also stunned. Then her face darkened. This guy named Mr. Kong Hai, who invited this idiot. "You fragrant, doghead, fragrant. Are you kidding my doghead?" ####### PS1. Let's complain about this mother asterisk cur server. It took a few browsers to load and upload to the background. PS2. Next chapter as usual. Chapter 1728. Stuck, stuck, stuck. The potion to neutralize the blue blood was actually stuck. Of all times, it just had to be drained right when he injected it into himself. Even though she had said that it was not necessarily a bad thing to lose it, there was no doubt that the witch of Underwater City was really jealous at this moment. She was almost depressed. She could accept that she had lost the blue bloodline, but not now. But it had already happened, so she could only accept it. But the fact that the potion was stuck so casually caused the witch to explode in an instant. Who bullies people like this? You. Calm down. As if sensing Riku Ge's current mood, Riaz quickly lowered his voice and reminded her, "Now is not the time to mess around. I may have escaped this time, but I may not be able to escape the next time. I know. Do you think I will rush to my death impulsively?" Rikuga glanced at Riaz coldly. "Is this guy a jinx or a lucky star?" "It's best that you don't." Riaz secretly sighed in relief, and then whispered, "What should we do now?" "Do what you should do. I am not your mother. Don't ask me about everything." The girl snorted coldly. He subconsciously glanced at Helen. After the siren girl let out that scream, she seemed to have used up a lot of her strength. But in fact, not only was Helen's attack useless, but it also made a few of the warriors of Underwater City faint. Yes, they had fainted, and one of them even bent over with his face on the ground. Riaz did not have the nerve to say that this was a posture with his but facing the sky, probably because she felt that not only did she not help, but the more she helped, the more she was at a loss. The siren's hell did not work. It worked, and the fact that the warriors of Underwater City had fainted was enough to prove its power. It was just that it did not work on Kong Hai. I don't know, I really don't know. The confused girl now knew that she had done something wrong, and was frightened and hesitant. "Helen, Riku, go. I will think of a way to hold Mr. Kong Hai back. You guys take my mother and leave first." Riaz had made up his mind. Facing the powerless Lyoga, his unconscious mother, and the weak Helen, he knew that he had to stand up, and only he could do so. However, his face was pale, and the blood stain at the corner of his mouth was eye-catching. His face was covered in dust, and his clothes were tattered. His brave appearance was as embarrassing as usual. "All right." Lyoga directly nodded and walked towards Madame Kaya without saying anything else. Kong Hai did not plan on attacking Helen, but he clearly did not plan on letting Lyoga go. As a result, he directly attacked Lyoga at the instant she turned around to face Madame Kaya. Exposing the younger generation to the enemy was obviously the most dangerous thing to do. This time it wasn't a fist. Kong Hai's fingers instantly closed, intending to penetrate Liu Ji's body. However, at this moment, a round ball the size of a ping-pong ball was thrown out from Lyoga's palm. "I was waiting for you." The moment the sphere was thrown, a strong light illuminated the surroundings. Kong Hai's pupils began to change at this moment, switching to a mode where he could see everything clearly in this environment. What followed was a binding force that instantly covered Kong Hai's entire body. A binding device? Kong Hai looked down. His body was currently stuck by an extremely tough material. Lyoga did not stop the moment she threw the sphere. Instead, she directly rolled towards Madame Kaya. She directly tore apart Kaya's clothes and pulled out a magic-powered pistol from her gun pouch. She aimed and immediately fired. Bang! 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 The attack directly exploded on Mr. Kong Hai's body, instantly burning holes on his body. When the energy of the magic-powered pistol finally ran out, a hot breath slowly rose from the muzzle. "It's useless. You can't hurt me like this." Mr. Kong Hai's voice slowly rang out. Apart from his clothes, he was unscathed. In fact, he only needed to use a little strength to directly break the binding silk, made of a special material. "I didn't plan on hurting you with this, because there's still a gift waiting for you." Lyoga sneered and directly threw out an item with all her strength. It was Madame Kaya's belt. On the belt, there were a total of 7 small spheres. One of them was an even more powerful light, directly covering a large area of the forest. The following explosion even caused a violent turbulence in the air. Lyoga's hands tightly gripped the ground, resisting the assault of the strong wind. Bright red flames had already ignited all around her. Even though she had lost her power, the development of Underwater City over the years had also given her powerful weapons. She rarely used these weapons, but that did not mean she did not know how to use them. However, a figure walked straight out of the flames, completely unaffected by the flames. The girl cursed in her heart and pushed with her hands, preparing to move. However, the moment she exerted her strength, one of her palms was viciously stomped into the ground. The immense pain caused Lyoga's face to instantly contort. She grabbed her wrist, but was unable to pull her hand out. Mr. Kong Hai. His upper body's clothes had already been destroyed, only revealing his scorched skin. Kong Hai raised his palm. Arcs of electricity were gathering in the black hole in his palm. This is futile resistance. Is that so? I didn't say that I intend to rely on these to defeat him. Lyoga showed a difficult smile. These things, even the previous me, could not kill him. Kong Hai subconsciously frowned and turned his head to look. He saw that Riaz had already left at some point in time, rushing in a certain direction at extreme speed. It's useless, Kong Hai said without even turning his head. Then the attack in his palm instantly shot out. The terrifying electricity instantly struck Lyoga's body, completely charring her body. The girl fell to the ground without moving, her entire body filled with that burnt smell. Mr. Kong Hai extended his palm again, aiming at Riaz's back. In his eyes, the lock-on mark had already been formed. A flash of light instantly shot out from Kong Hai's palm. This was definitely a powerful attack. Everything was slowing down. Riaz felt it. He could already hear the sound of his heart beating. He did not even need to turn his head to feel the electricity shooting towards him. At that moment, his heart seemed to have reached a limit, as if it was about to jump out of his body. Riaz immediately twisted his body forcefully, barely dodging the electricity in his limit. It even brushed past his cheek, instantly burning half of his face to smithereens. Rumble! The electricity struck the front with the greatest force. What followed was an explosion that was at least 10 times more powerful than the weapon on Madame Kaya's belt. The shock wave even caused the branches to bend. Facing the gale, Kong Hai stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Riaz. You won't be so lucky this time, Kong Hai said indifferently. Riaz knew he could not dodge, so he gritted his teeth. If you're not going to kill me and Lyoga, then just kill us. Why do you have to neutralize the blue blood in our bodies? Isn't that unnecessary? As long as the blue blood is still active, even if you die, your consciousness will still remain. That's not killing you, Kong Hai said indifferently, flicking out a needle from his finger again. I hope you really can kill me. Riaz suddenly lowered his head, giving up on resisting. He even turned his face away, revealing a large part of his neck. Clearly, Kong Hai was not someone who would not stick a needle into his body. As a result, he did not hesitate at all, jabbing his finger towards Riaz's neck again. Then his wrist was grabbed by a huge blue hand. A huge blue figure silently appeared in front of Kong Hai. It was the blue giant that had been sitting there motionlessly ever since it picked up the conch. This strange fellow seems to only react to those who attack it. With that, Riaz suddenly raised his head. Taking advantage of Kong Hai's surprise, he took out a small ball and threw it on the ground before hurriedly rushing away. Seeing the ball land on the ground, Kong Hai instinctively frowned. He exerted force with his arm, but with his wrist being held, he could not pull it back. Kong Hai raised his head to look at the 3-meter-tall blue giant. The giant was also looking at him, even tilting its head. So that's how it works. So this is the cooperation between you and the witch. Kong Hai frowned. Then there was a flash of light and the ball exploded. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion sent Riaz flying. The huge shockwave sent Riaz flying far away. He landed rather wretchedly, and the moment he landed, he saw a charred body on the ground. Riaz's heart sank. He rushed to the charred body and touched it with a trembling hand. Riaz! At the same time, Helen's frail figure walked out from a tree with difficulty. The reason for her difficulty was because she was carrying the heavily injured Madame Caille on her back. Riaz, Miss Lyoga! Helen's voice trembled. She was already considered a corpse. She even knew the result. Not dead. Riaz suddenly raised his head and said, "Her scent hasn't disappeared. She's not dead." With that, Riaz flipped Lyoga's body over and pressed his ear against Lyoga's chest, nervously listening. "Although it's very weak, it's still beating. She's not dead. Really." Riaz was instantly overjoyed. Then Riaz picked up Lyoga's body and yelled, "Let's go! Mr. Kong, Hai won't be injured so easily. That blue giant might not be able to stop him. Let's go." In the forest fire, two figures were in a stalemate in the fire. The explosion and the flames did not leave a single mark on the blue giant's body. It was the same for Kong Hai, but he still could not break free from the blue giant's grasp. Experimental subject number 15. Shepherd prototype. Kong Hai frowned. "You've actually woken up?" The blue giant seemed to have some reaction to Kong Hai's words. It tilted its head from left to right again, but there was no further reaction. "Is it because I've just woken up and my thoughts haven't completely synchronized?" Kong Hai made another judgment, and there was a result. Experimental subject with a serial number required the central tower's glorious sun-level vanguards to suppress it without any damage. Without any hesitation, Kong Hai immediately made a request to the central tower's host computer. However, just like how the central tower had never been able to contact Kong Hai all these years, Kong Hai's request was directly rejected. The central tower's host computer did not intend to take any action. Kong Hai struggled to pull out his arm, but it was to no avail. There was no hesitation on his face. He twisted his shoulder and forcefully tore off his arm. There was no sign of pain on his face. He just backed away, his eyes on the blue giant. Even after he backed away for a distance, the blue giant did not make any move. It held on to his arm motionlessly and stood still. Kong Hai turned around. The temperature of his right palm instantly rose to the point where it could melt steel. He then covered the wound on his left arm, turned around, and quickly left. Suddenly, the blue giant moved. It lowered its head and looked at Kong Hai's severed arm. Suddenly, it blinked. Then, it stuffed the severed arm into its mouth and started to chew on it. The more it ate, the more excited it became. In the end, it even held the arm with both hands and continued to gnaw on it. In the ruins of Laboratory No. 1, the pure black force field disappeared for some reason, revealing its original appearance. This was no different from what was recorded in the central tower's host computer. The host computer did not even know the reason why the force field suddenly disappeared, but it obviously had something to do with Luochio, who walked out but did not ask. Perhaps it would not get an answer, even if it asked. The host computer glanced at the man and woman. They were browsing the data of some experimental subjects. Experiment number 15, codename Blue Blood, 1009th experimental mutant, potential index excellent. Miss made red slowly. Because it is suitable for labor, part of the genes of Blue Blood was extracted and the first generation of shepherds were cultivated. So, this blue giant is actually the shepherds, the real ancestor of the Lemurians? You can say so. The host computer of the central tower said slowly, but blue blood is not stable. It is easy to get angry and lose control, and then enter the state of mutation. However, the first generation of shepherds cultivated from its cells are extremely docile and smart. Miss Maid shook her head. She swiped the data of number 15 away with her finger, and then she swiped the data of number 09. Miss Long was not number 09 here. She just accepted the power of the real number 09, Shinryu. According to the data here, the source of the power of Shinryu was the real one. Miss May just wanted to study how Shinryu combined with the veins of Kelowna. Oh, it actually said that once Shinryu has feelings, its power will decline to a certain extent, and even its intelligence level will decrease. That's interesting. Luocho glanced at it casually and did not respond. Instead, he looked at the data of number 08. Number 08, codename Sin, hashtag PS, 4984. Chapter 1729. Riaz's mind was spinning rapidly. He was trying to find the fastest way to escape. But in fact, when he recalled how Mr. Konghai could find him so quickly, he could not help but suspect that Mr. Konghai had the ability to mobilize the Central Tower surveillance system. What should I do? What should I do? He was no longer a child. He should not always subconsciously look for someone to rely on. But everything seemed to have returned to square one. A familiar feeling rose in Riaz's heart. Not long ago, he was like this, facing the unknown alone, when Brother Luo and Big Sister suddenly disappeared. But this time he did not only bring Helen, but also his mother, who was heavily injured, and Lyoga, who was dying. He felt that he could not bring them along. He was facing such a powerful Mr. Konghai, and that mysterious blue giant, and even the entire Central Tower. Until now, Riaz still could not understand why His Majesty secretly arranged for him to enter this place. Was it to make him blow the conch, and then summon such a terrifying blue giant? Riaz, I feel the existence of a lake. Helen suddenly cried out in surprise. Why don't we go into the water? I can swim very fast in the water. He could not help but recall the scene when he first met Helen. When he thought of Helen's beautiful tail, he could not help but be a little distracted. After the beautiful tail came ashore, it turned into a pair of slender legs. It was like a dream. This was the wonder and greatness of life. Looking directly into his heart, Riaz realized that the throbbing heart came from this. The dream and beauty when they first met was like a fairy tale, the meeting between a young man and a young woman. Soon, they came across a huge blue lake. It was peaceful and peaceful. It was also in this giant tropical forest, in this extremely dangerous place. Helen jumped into the lake directly. The splash was very small. She was like a drop of water merging into the lake, and disappeared from Riaz's sight in the blink of an eye. She appeared in Riaz's life so suddenly, as if it was fate's arrangement. At this moment, Riaz couldn't help but wonder if she would also disappear as suddenly as she had appeared, making all of this seem like a dream. He wanted to jump down to look for her, but he could not let go of Madame Kaya, his mother. At the same time, he could not let go of Lyoga, the girl who had risked her life to create life for everyone. Riaz did not know what was the reason for Lyoga to fight so hard. If Master Konghai's target was indeed him and Lyoga, and neither of them could escape, Riaz believed that with Lyoga's ability, she was completely capable of abandoning him and leaving alone. This way, she would be safer and her chances of survival would be higher. In fact, she did not. This was far beyond Riaz's imagination. Was she trying to protect him? Riaz had never forgotten how Lyoga had fallen to the ground absent-mindedly when Mr. Konghai injected him with the neutralization medicine. He had also never forgotten how overjoyed she was when the neutralization medicine failed. Expression could deceive a person, but smell would not. For Riaz, the smell he could smell was far more realistic than seeing it with his own eyes. Ripples suddenly appeared on the lake. A beautiful figure suddenly surfaced on the surface of the water. Helen's completely wet hair was draped over her body. At that moment, she wiped her face with both hands, making her hair smoother and calmer. The ripples of the water and the mottled light and shadow wrapped around her body, making her look extremely beautiful. That's great. I found a very good place down there. There was a smile on her delicate face. The dust and dirt on her face had been washed away. This was how she looked when Riaz first met her. At that moment, Helen extended her hand towards him and said, "Come." This was a cave hidden at the bottom of the lake. Miraculously, the lake water did not pour into this place. Instead, they found the skeleton of a strange beast, which looked like a big snake. In fact, the path of this cave at the bottom of the lake was crooked, as if it had been dug out. Perhaps it was the work of this beast that had turned into a skeleton. When they approached the skeleton, the water vapor on their bodies instantly separated from their skin and clothes, floating in the air and forming a thin layer of mist. This skeleton seems to be able to separate water molecules. How miraculous! Riaz could not help but exclaim. In this experimental site, they could always encounter many strange creatures. In fact, putting aside the dangers here, this was a miraculous place like a fairyland, as if there were endless treasures to explore. The bottom of the lake was completely Helen's world. Of course, as a resident of the underwater city, Riaz was also used to moving around in the deep sea, but in fact, it was more with the help of equipment. Soon, Helen picked up some withered branches from the bottom of the lake. She brought these withered branches back into the cave. Then, with the help of the magic of the skeleton, she removed the water vapor on the branches. Riaz lit them up, bringing warm light to this cold and dark cave at the bottom of the lake. Her heartbeat is getting weaker and weaker. Her breathing has stopped. Riaz once again approached Lyoga's heart with a complicated expression. "I don't have any medicine on hand. The only thing left in the first aid kit is some hemostatic spray." He had no choice but to use the first aid kit on Madame Kaya's body and let Helen bandage her. "Helen, do you know manual first aid?" "What's that?" "Cardiac resuscitation," Riaz quickly said. Helen shook her head blankly, but she guessed Riaz's thoughts. "You have a way to save Miss Lyoga?" "No way." Riaz smiled bitterly and said, "But now we have to try anything. All right, I need to see what we have on hand." Obviously, there was nothing much. There were not even many small items. Riaz did find some personal small equipment from his mother, Madame Kaya. As a high-ranking Special Forces officer, Madame Kaya did have a lot of life-saving items on her, such as the belt with 7 consecutive bursts. Unfortunately, it could not break through Mr. Konghai's defense. Looking at the small items on the ground, Riaz furrowed his brows and began to work. His hands-on ability was quite good. The young man who once aspired to become a serpent maintenance and modification master had a deep understanding of the magic technology in the underwater city. Perhaps he had not reached the level of a researcher, but his basic knowledge was quite solid. Soon, a strange object appeared in front of Helen. "What is this?" "A device that can continuously output electricity, but the output is not very stable." Riaz looked at the thing in his hand. "Let's try it." He clamped the device on Lyoga's finger, then took a deep breath, reached out his hand and pressed on Lyoga's chest. He hesitated, as if it was instinct, but in the end the thought of saving Lyoga prevailed over the careful consideration that he could not describe. Seeing this, Helen could not help but widen her eyes. There was not only curiosity in her eyes. Riaz did not think too much, but he quickly recalled some of the knowledge that he had learned in kindergarten that he had almost forgotten. He clenched his right fist and punched the back of his left hand that was pressing on Lyoga's chest. Bang, 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 bang. A rhythmic sound rang in the empty cave. Riaz's physical strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person, so he obviously did not feel tired, but his forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat, because he was nervous. However, the witch of the underwater city did not have any reaction at all. Because of the unstable electricity output, it even caused a reaction in her body's muscle tissue. She twitched and twitched, looking quite creepy. "You do it." Riaz gritted his teeth and recalled some of the knowledge that he had learned in kindergarten. Helen could only grit her teeth and take over Riaz's job of punching Lyoga's heart, but she was doubtful. Was this really saving Lyoga's life and not adding more injuries to her injuries? I've done a few exercises before and it was with Krypton. I don't remember the results were very good, so you have to make do with it. Riaz knelt in front of Lyoga and said hesitantly. Then he took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and pinched open Lyoga's lips, and then covered it with his own mouth. The siren girl, who did not know what CPR was, couldn't help but widen her eyes, and the rhythm of her beating suddenly stopped. Don't stop. Continue. Riaz turned his head and quickly said before crouching down. Helen shuddered violently and resumed the movement of her hands. She stared at the scene in a daze. The rhythm of her breathing seemed to have caught up with the rhythm of Riaz kissing Lyoga. The rhythm of her hammering unknowingly became faster, 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 faster and faster. Suddenly, Riaz raised his head and subconsciously covered his mouth with his hand. His tongue suddenly pulled out twice in his mouth, and a trace of blood flowed out from his lips. You bit me. Riaz couldn't help but get angry. Who told you to stick out your tongue, bastard, bastard? The intermittent voice came from the witch, who was lying on the ground and on the verge of death. Her eyes were slightly open, but she couldn't fully open them, and was struggling to take in large mouthfuls of air for her body. He really saved her. Helen's hands paused, and she looked at Lyoga, who had opened her eyes in surprise. Riaz really saved her. Helen quickly helped Lyoga up, but Lyoga fainted again. She imitated Riaz and hurriedly listened to Lyoga's heartbeat and breathing, and found that although her heartbeat was weak, it was much more stable, and her breathing had also returned to normal. There seems to be a very weak power in Miss Lyoga's body, and it is repairing the wounds on her body, Helen said in surprise, and then she felt something protruding from Lyoga's chest. She took it out and saw that it was a beautiful bead, but there was a crack on this bead. Helen subconsciously thought that it was caused by Riaz's strength at the beginning. What is this? Riaz came back to his senses. This is something from the sea. The little siren blinked and said, If I'm not wrong, it's a mermaid's tear. It's really miraculous. I've only heard of it before, but this is the first time I've seen it. This is a treasure that can save one's life. A mermaid will only have one mermaid's tear in her life. How do I use it? Riaz hurriedly asked. Helen thought for a bit, and then put the bead on Lyoga's lips. At this moment, a drop of golden liquid slowly emerged from the crack of the bead and dripped onto Lyoga's lips. In an instant, it completely seeped into her mouth. There seems to be some left. Helen looked at the bead carefully. Riaz, quickly let Mother use it. This bead, the effect of a mermaid's tear, was truly miraculous. After using it, Madame Kaya's complexion had eased a lot. As for Lyoga, new buds had begun to appear on her skin, and her breathing had become more stable and long. At this moment, Riaz was breaking off a branch and throwing it onto the bonfire. After thinking for a while, he pulled out a rather long and sharp bone from the skeleton of the beast hidden in the cave and began to polish it on the rock. Riaz, don't you regret it? Helen suddenly asked softly. Riaz was surprised and subconsciously asked, Regret what? Helen lowered her head and said, Mermaid's tear is a treasure that can heal people no matter how serious their injuries are, as long as they are not completely dead. If you meet Mr. Kong Hai again, I didn't think so much. Riaz shook his head. I only wanted to save her back then. But I naturally don't regret it now, because I've already used it, and even if I regret it, I can't go back. And how should I put it? Instead of saying that I'll regret using such a treasure, it's better to say that I'll really be annoyed if I don't use it when I know about it. Helen looked at Riaz in a daze, and suddenly said softly, Riaz, let me sing for you. Sure. Riaz nodded without hesitation. He liked Helen's singing. In the beginning, he was attracted by her singing. She still didn't use the power of the sirens. This was Helen's original voice, and it sounded in the empty and quiet cave at the bottom of the lake, accompanied by the flickering fire. It made people feel at ease. I also like her singing. Miss Maid listened attentively, Actually, the sirens singing is much better than using magic power. They are natural singers. Since it's rare, let's record it. Boss Luo smiled casually. Then he looked at the light screen on the other side. On the light screen, it was Long Gang, King Mojito, and the others. There wasn't much danger. From the moment they entered the central tower until they took out Iska's relic, everything seemed to go smoothly. However, it seemed that they were about to encounter something bad. Chapter 1730. The journey was quite smooth, and there was not even a little thrill. They successfully obtained the things left behind by Iska, relying on the fact that King Mojito had been seriously injured every time he explored the way for so many years. Over the years, he had obviously figured out a very safe route. It should be the same when they left, but this time there were some problems in the central tower. Shock. An extremely large shock. The sudden appearance of the shock completely disrupted the rhythm of King Mojito. Even the red and black combat humanoids, who had fixed patrol routes in the central tower, had their fixed routes disrupted as a result. An unexpected battle broke out. In an instant, the 6-armed ape warriors of the Boulder Kingdom were building a wall of firepower in front of them. His Majesty, who was not afraid of battle, was clamoring to beat these combat humanoids into a pile of scrap iron to avenge the years of accumulated resentment that he was almost beaten to the point of not being able to find his way back every time he was beaten up over the years. Then, in the blink of an eye, the valiant and heavily armed ape warriors were directly flattened by even more combat humanoids. After all, they could not figure out the usage of the weapons in their hands, not to mention the principles of these weapons. But King Mojito was still brave. He jumped directly into the formation of the combat humanoids. His 6 arms waved wildly, violently tearing apart and smashing the combat humanoids one by one. We can't hold on for long if this goes on. Master Karen was standing back to back with Long Gang at this time, feeling like a hero at the end of the road. Let's find a chance to leave while Mojito attracts the firepower of these guys. Long Gang frowned and said, "Along the way, Mojito did not deal with us. In fact, he gave us a lot of help." Master Karen said, "Remember, the reason why he helped us is only for that scale. We are at most taking what we need. These apes are brave, but they are too fierce and unafraid of death. Long Gang, our mission is to liberate the people of Underwater City. Now that the great cause has not been completed, we can't lose our lives here." "Master, you were not like this before." Long Gang frowned deeper. "I used to be like this too." Master Karen lowered his voice and said, "All of this is for the great cause of destiny. I've always been like this. Just how many of my comrades have sacrificed for me to reach this point? I can't let their sacrifice go to waste. I have what they entrusted to me." He looked into the old man's eyes without saying a word. Under that strong will to live was the stubbornness of this old man. Long Gang had the ability to sense souls, and he knew that Master Karen was someone who could disregard life and death. But that was only if it was for the sake of destiny. "I'm glad that you decided to let me travel with you after knowing my identity." Long Gang sighed and said, "Even though I know that this is only because I still have value and can be of help to you. Long Gang, you have to know that I welcome all forces that resist the government of Underwater City." At this time, the master quickly said, "It doesn't matter even if you have half of the Siren clan's blood in you, because in your body, you also have half of the Underwater City's blood. Forgive me. I once had a trace of doubt about you, but now I know that you are worthy for me to hand over to my comrades on the battlefield." "Master, I'm not just a hot-blooded child." Long Gang shook his head. "Find a chance to leave by yourself. I don't intend to leave Mojito alone like this. No matter what, King Mojito had always had a relationship with my Queen Mother. I know her character. If she doesn't approve of it, she won't show that kind of appearance in front of others. Long Gang, you have to be clear about your priorities. Don't waste your life on unimportant things." The master turned around, grabbed Longang's collar hard, and stared at him. Unfortunately, I think this matter is very important. Longang waved his hand and slapped Master Karen's palm away. He stepped back and said indifferently, "Master, I think from here on out we have completely diverged. I am Longang, and I used to be your student. Thank you for teaching me a lot. But this doesn't mean that I need to walk into your ideal." At this moment, the six-armed ape warriors had fallen one after another. Seeing that they were about to be broken through by the combat humanoid, Longang directly shot the floor under Master Karen's feet. "You!" Longang shook his head. "Master, I think from now on I can no longer work with you. The Destiny organization may continue to exist in your hands because you are used to dormant and waiting. But I can't. Go! I will buy some time and opportunities for you. Take it as a reward for taking care of me all these years." "Unreasonable." Master Karen gritted his teeth and immediately turned to leave. Mojito was warlike. The ape warriors were warlike, and they were proud of dying in battle, but he couldn't. At this moment, Master Karen couldn't help but feel regret. Perhaps if he hadn't suddenly saved Longang this time, he wouldn't have been trapped in this troublesome place. Even the Siren tribe would have directly destroyed the Siren royal court because of the king of the kingdom's government. From the overall situation, the destruction of the Siren tribe was completely beneficial to the underwater city. In the end, he was still affected by his personal feelings. Master Karen couldn't help but feel annoyed again. That old guy, he escaped. Mojito was in the mood of killing those combat humanoids when he suddenly saw Longang rushing all the way to fight side by side with him. Don't blame him. He has his own mission. That is what he has been pursuing all his life. It is his wish, but it is also his sin and the shackles of his soul. Longang said faintly, "I will stay with you." "Ha ha ha." King Mojito laughed crazily at this time and said coldly, "I heard that you are Iska's child." "There is no accident. She is indeed my queen mother." Longang nodded. "But I must be the child that the queen mother conceived here." Mojito said, "It doesn't matter whether you are or not, as long as you are Iska's child. Listen, I will die in front of you." These words made Longang feel a strong sense of protection. Even if he had to die in battle, Mojito would definitely die in battle before him, guarding in front of him until the last moment. "Queen Mother, Iska, is it really worth it for you to do this?" Longang asked softly. "I don't know what is and what is not worth it." Mojito said loudly while killing the enemy, "I only know that I used to be the weakest one. I couldn't even walk out of the tribe to find food. I was abandoned and was about to die. Iska saved me, and then Iska made me understand. I am not a useless person. She made me the king of the Boulder Kingdom. I hate Iska. She is a despicable person. She deceived me and disappeared in front of me. But without Iska, I wouldn't be here now. It was her who gave me a new life. Since you are her child, then I will protect you." Longang felt a kind of anger. His mind was surging at this time. He instantly caught up with Mojito's voice and laughed. "I am also a warrior. I don't need anyone to save me. If I have to die in battle, I will also die in battle. Mojito, I will accompany you." "Very good. Very good. Very good." After saying "very good" 3 times in a row, Mojito suddenly pounded his chest crazily. "From now on, you are my child, Mojito. I have no descendants yet. You will be the king of the Boulder Kingdom in the future." Longang, who was originally very excited, suddenly became not so excited. But the battle continued. With the ape warrior Mojito and Longang to attract vitality, Master Karen had always been proficient in the art of positioning. As a battle master, she was already old and her stamina was not as good as before. However, with her rich experience, she managed to escape successfully. However, for Master Karen, leaving the central tower was once again an urgent matter. Siren will always be a siren. Even if half of the undersea city's bloodline is in his body, he can't hide his beast-like nature. How stupid, humph. Master Karen was still brooding over Longang's last words. Soon, Master Karen found a place for him to hide temporarily, a room that looked like some kind of processing room. The transmission belt on the assembly line was still operating at the moment. It seemed to be some kind of part of those red and black combat humanoids. The only advantage of the fully automated operation for Master Karen was that there was no one else here. He quickly hid under a transmission belt. At this time, he found a little time for himself to breathe and to check the thing that he quietly took out from the escape capsule that stored the scales of the former Siren King, Iska. That small box was used to store the data of the escape capsule. Why did Master Karen take out this data box? Naturally, it was to check the previous data of the escape capsule. This escape capsule was an old model produced by the undersea city in the past. How could this thing appear in the test site? Because Iska once mentioned that apart from her, there was also a Princey who entered the test site with her. This escape capsule had always been brought by Princey. However, there was no record of this Princey in the past records of the undersea city. Come, let me see who Princey is lying on the ground. Master Karen pinched open his sleeve and revealed a bracelet on his wrist. It was not a weapon, but a tool for collective communication and transmission, something like a portable computer. At this time, Master Karen took out 2 threads from the bracelet, then opened the shell of the box and carefully inserted the threads into the magic circuit inside the box. Soon, the bracelet glowed, and a screen the size of a palm appeared in front of him. These were the data and effects that had been stored in the escape pod over the years. Master Karen quickly flipped through these documents. Finally, the face of the escape capsule pilot appeared in front of Master Karen. Master Karen's pupils suddenly contracted, and he said in disbelief, "This is Princey? Longang is his child. I should have known, I should have known." At this moment, a drop of cold liquid dripped onto Master Karen's face. Master Karen subconsciously reached out to touch it and found that there was a drop of sticky liquid on his cheek. Master Karen was shocked and looked around subconsciously. However, hiding under the transmission belt, he could only observe a limited area. He had to carefully poke his head out and look above. In an instant, Master Karen sucked in a cold breath. He could not describe what he saw. It was a creature with the body of a big snake, but it had 2 heads that looked different. It also had a sickle-like tail, and its mouth was spitting mucus-like saliva. A monster. Master Karen's pupils instantly contracted. He instinctively hid under the conveyor belt. But at this time, the strange creature that was attached to the ceiling suddenly pounced down. Master Karen was shocked and frantically crawled out, but his legs were entangled by the creature and pulled bit by bit. Then, one of the heads of this strange 2-headed creature opened its bloody mouth. Master Karen's eyes widened, and at the moment when he was about to be swallowed, the body of this horrifying giant creature suddenly split open. He saw a pair of big blue hands, a blue giant. The blue palms grabbed the 2 heads of the strange beast and tore it apart. Blood splattered everywhere, splashing onto Master Karen's body. This strange creature's blood had a powerful corrosive ability. In just a moment, Master Karen's body was corroded by the blood. His face, his hands. At this moment, his body was emitting billowing, white smoke. After tearing the strange creature apart, the blue giant began to crazily stuff the flesh and blood of the strange creature into its mouth. Master Karen barely managed to wake up from the hellish pain. He couldn't care less about that. At this moment, he crawled and rolled, stumbling out of the room. He was so weak that he didn't know where to go. He just leaned against the wall and groped his way forward. "I can't die. I really can't die. I can't die in this place. I can't die." There were many voices in his ears. "Karen, I'll leave destiny to you. Karen, take care of my child. Tell him what kind of person his father is. Karen, you have to stay alive. Remember, Karen, Karen, I can't die here. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1731. Master Karen opened his eyes slightly and saw a familiar figure in his vision. It was as if he was lying on a metal platform. The burning pain from the corrosion of the monster's blood seemed to be alleviated a little by the cold of the platform. Finally, the figure turned around, and Master Karen was able to clearly see the other party's appearance. Kong Hai? Master Karen murmured. He didn't know if he was in a dream or reality. He had once fallen into darkness and lost his consciousness. Where's your arm? Compared to that, I think you should be more concerned about your own condition. It was the same tone and the same coldness. It was Kong Hai for sure. Master Karen told himself subconsciously that this was the Kong Hai he knew. At this moment, a needle suddenly extended from Kong Hai's finger and slowly pierced into Master Karen's arm. He felt a stabbing pain. Unexpectedly, he felt comfortable under the burning pain. What did you inject into me? But he was still frightened. A serum for detoxification. I just made it, Kong Hai said faintly. You're poisoned. The venom has basically destroyed your skin and even started to seep into your body. Master Karen knew his condition couldn't get any worse. Even if Kong Hai wanted to kill him, he didn't have to resort to any means. He knew this guy was actually saving him, so he accepted it silently. Soon the antibiotic was injected and Kong Hai retracted his finger. Master Karen glanced at Kong Hai. He didn't know Kong Hai wasn't human. He could even see Kong Hai's broken arm. There was some neat tissue at the wound, but it definitely wasn't bone or blood vessels. Okay, you're fine after the injection, Kong Hai said expressionlessly. Mr. Kukai said expressionlessly, but your skin is severely damaged. If you want to repair it, you can only do a transplant surgery. I don't plan to do that for you. It's good enough that you're still alive. Master Karen felt his weak body recover a bit of strength. He shook his head gently and said, Thank you, Kong Hai. I was just passing by. Kong Hai lowered his head and looked into Master Karen's cloudy eyes. My arm is broken. It will affect my movement, so I was planning to repair it. Then I found you on the way, just like when I first found you. Master Karen revealed an ugly smile. Just like karma. Back then, my kindness was exchanged for my life. It seems that I have to go to the sea more often in the future. Who knows? I might be able to pick up more life-saving opportunities in the future. No, I saved you because I felt that you were still useful to me and would be of help to my operation. Kong Hai said bluntly, Besides, I've done a lot of housework for you over the years as well as other jobs. I think it's enough to repay you. Furthermore, according to the labor laws of Underwater City, you still owe me 4,796,231 contribution points. Can you remove the odd number? The corner of Master Karen's eyes twitched. For the sake of our many years of friendship? Then 4,796,230 contribution points. Kong Hai thought seriously for a while and said, Master Karen opened his mouth slightly and finally laughed like a pig. His stomach hurt, his lungs hurt, and then he coughed. His internal organs seemed to be stirred up. He laughed with tears in his eyes. You really are Kong Hai. Kong Hai had a puzzled expression this time. I think you're spouting nonsense, Professor. Master Karen shook her head and sighed, calming herself down. He felt a lot better now. He didn't know if the serum injected by Kong Hai was really that effective. He tried to prop himself up. Kong Hai didn't come forward to help. This was even within Master Karen's expectations. He could even guess what Kong Hai was thinking at this moment. This old man might cheat him, so it was better not to help him. Your target is Riaz? Master Karen asked suddenly. Yes. Kong Hai felt that there was nothing to hide. Why? Master Karen was very curious. He's the descendant of the betrayers. Master Karen frowned and said, Betrayers? You mean those shepherds. If that's the case, whether it's the residents of Undersea City, the Sirens, or naturally me, we're all descendants of the shepherds. I can't detect any blue blood reaction in your body, so you don't count. Kong Hai shook his head and walked to another workbench and began to inject something into his broken arm. But Kong Hai's words made Master Karen fall into doubt. According to the words left by Iska, whether it's the residents of Undersea City or the Sirens, they were all descendants of the shepherds. But there was a more important difference. Blue blood. Blue blood, what exactly is it? The source of the shepherds' power. Kong Hai said indifferently, their spirit, their will, and their soul. Master Karen shook his head. There were too many unsolved mysteries hovering in his mind at this moment. Even the information about Prince Yi recorded on the box he took out from the escape pod was the same. Slowly turning the bracelet on his wrist, Master Karen looked at Kong Hai's busy back and suddenly said, "Could the Emperor of Undersea City be a descendant of the shepherds?" In the entire underwater city, only the Emperor and the Silver Moon which had that unusual power. They did not rely on powerful magic energy technology. Very few people knew that the Emperor also had supernatural power. This was the information that Destiny had sacrificed a lot to obtain over the years. Therefore, the appearance of Longang had made Master Karen ecstatic, because he felt that he had found someone with extraordinary power who could fight against Louis XXXIX and the Silver Moon, which Lu Ge. I'm sure. Kong Hai nodded. The witch too. Other than that, I haven't detected any other descendants of the shepherds. As for the Sirens, they should be in the Siren Palace, but I haven't been there. When my memory core was damaged, I spent too much time in Undersea City. If you want to deal with the descendants of the shepherds, you'll have to deal with Louis XXXIX sooner or later. Master Karen stared at Kong Hai. Am I right? Indeed. Kong Hai nodded. This is an order for me. Before the order is changed, I will do this. However, I won't help you develop destiny. Professor, you can give up on this unnecessary idea. You really found your lost memory. Master Karen shook his head with a bitter smile. Then, do you remember how you lost your memory? A battle. Kong Hai turned around. At this moment, his broken arm suddenly surged, and small tendrils began to grow rapidly from the wound, entangling with each other. But I can't find the details. Master Karen looked at Kong Hai's arm that was gradually growing back, and he couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. Kong Hai, can you let me leave this place? Master Karen couldn't help but plead. You know everything about me. So, other than gratitude, I have nothing else to give you. No. Kong Hai shook his head. Okay, you should be able to move freely. Although I can't send you out of the test site, I can send you out of the central tower. Master Karen didn't say anything. This was a good choice. Based on the current situation, staying away from danger was the best choice. Let's go. Kong Hai pressed a button, and the metal bed began to slowly descend. There will be a train to the kingdom of boulders. Professor, with your shamelessness, even if you can't walk out of the test site, you should be able to live. If you insist on leaving behind your ideals, you can even leave behind descendants. But in fact, I don't recommend you to go to this step. Master Karen really wanted to curse, so he cursed. Bastard, you'd better not appear in front of me again. Looking at the completely sunken platform and Master Karen's gradually weakening voice, Kong Hai showed a trace of a smile and whispered, Then goodbye, Professor. Crack. After the platform sank, the open deck was closed. Kong Hai moved his newly grown arm. It's ready. Mission continue. The sound of rapid panting could be heard in the long corridor. The walls were all charred and damaged. There was blood and minced meat mixed with pieces of parts that had been torn off from the combat humanoid. Longang and Mojito sat back to back, motionless in the pool of blood. Are they dead? Longang asked in a low voice. At this time, even twisting his neck seemed quite difficult. This was the most difficult battle he had ever fought. It drained his strength and even caused him to collapse. More energetic than you. Good boy, Mojito said, gritting his teeth. But his second palm on the left was covering his abdomen at this time, and he couldn't stop the blood. At least half of the pool of blood was contributed by him. All of your subordinates are dead. Longang sighed. Future generations will sing praises of their bravery. Then first, you have to live on and then tell their descendants. Longang held his knees hard, gasping for breath, and struggled to stand up. Of course, King Mojito gritted his teeth and stood up all of a sudden, but he was unstable. Seeing that he was about to fall again, Longang held him. I will live on too. Longang took a deep breath and said, Don't lose to me. Over there. I remember there is food over there. Mojito raised a hand and said weakly, Several times when I was seriously injured, I would hide in that place. That place is not bad. There are fruit trees and water, Longang nodded. While picking up the weapons that could still be used from the ground, he supported Mojito and walked in the direction that Mojito pointed. Riaz fell asleep at some point. When he woke up, he found that Helen had disappeared without a trace. The fire even looked like it was about to go out. Riaz got up at once. His eyes were shocked and confused. Don't worry, your little girlfriend just went out to find food. Suddenly, Riaz heard Lyoga's voice. He looked back subconsciously, only to see that Lyoga was leaning against the rock wall at this time, looking at him with a tired face. The charred flesh on her body was almost healed. It was just that the new skin color was a little different from the original. But it obviously didn't affect her. You're really better. Riaz was somewhat surprised and quickly walked in front of Lyoga. Don't come over. I'm afraid I can't help but beat you up. Shameless guy. Lyoga's voice suddenly turned cold. Lecherous guy. Regardless of whether he was a child or a beginner, the most taboo thing he knew was being in the same room with a man and a woman. He did not know how he was being lecherous, but as if it was his instinct, he could vaguely sense the reason. After blushing for a while, Riaz tried to explain, It's also my first time doing CPR. I can't help it if I don't do it well. Besides, it's not like I can control it. I don't want to discuss this with you. Lyoga glanced at Riaz indifferently. Don't worry, this is reality, not a fairy tale. Even if the prince kisses the princess won't simply marry the prince. Besides, you're not a prince. You. Riaz opened his mouth and finally shook his head. You should rest well. I'll go find Helen. There's no need. Lyoga suddenly said, That little girlfriend of yours, since she took the initiative to go find food, she probably has confidence in herself. Also, do you know where she went to find food? Riaz was speechless. Come here. Lyoga looked at Riaz's eyes and suddenly said, Come to me, I have something to tell you. Why are you spacing out? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Riaz hesitated for a moment, but in the end he braced himself and walked over. Turning his body sideways, Riaz tentatively squatted down. This was a posture that would allow him to escape at any time. Lyoga directly rolled her eyes. You're not like a man at all. My mom said that boys need to protect themselves at all times. Riaz shook his head. Okay, what do you want to tell me? Do you want to know why I also have the blue bloodline? Lyoga was silent for a while before softly asking, Why do you also have the blue bloodline? Riaz was indeed curious. He was really curious. Lyoga's bloodline was thicker than his, and the degree of activation had even reached the limit. Moreover, she was clearly so powerful and excellent in all aspects. Apart from being a little violent, Riaz really couldn't think of why the Underwater City Emperor ignored Lyoga and insisted on making him the prince of Underwater City. Because my identity is different, Lyoga softly said, because I was once the princess of the Sea Demon Royal Court. Half of my bloodline is the Sea Demon King's. Even I can't remember how many Underwater City warriors I've killed. You. Riaz couldn't help but be shocked. Is this a joke? You think I'll joke with you? Lyoga sneered and said, Do you have the qualifications? Hearing this familiar, disdainful tone, it was Lyoga, without a doubt. Riaz was so shocked that he immediately jumped up. Yes, his sideways, squatting posture was indeed very convenient. Hashtag PS 5084ths. Chapter 1732. In silence, Riaz suddenly said, So, what you want to tell me is this your past? You don't think it's important? Lyoga asked in return. You can't say that. Riaz shook his head and then said in a utilitarian manner, But this is of no use to our current situation. Instead, it will only add unnecessary burdens. Lyoga glanced at Riaz in surprise, but showed a smile. You're not afraid of me? I am the queen of the sea demon imperial court. The blood of the undersea cities, people that I killed, could dye a trench red. Riaz still shook his head. Lyoga couldn't help but ask curiously, What do you mean? Riaz thought for a moment and said, How do I say this? Perhaps you have killed many people of the undersea city, but I believe that you must have killed many sea demons as well. In other words, to both sides, you are a sinner whose hands are stained with blood. Why should I be afraid? Perhaps the one who should be afraid is you. You have always been hated by both sides, right? The witch of the undersea city was silent at this time. Riaz looked at her and said in a low voice, Lyoga, have you ever been afraid? When you close your eyes, are you afraid of hearing those screams? Why should I be afraid? The girl sneered and said, In this deep sea, it has always been the big fish eating the small fish. Go and ask those big fish, would they be afraid? I'm not afraid. Riaz smiled and said, You yourself are not afraid. Then this matter, there is nothing to be afraid of. Of course, the premise is that no matter how many people you kill, how many sea demons you kill, it has nothing to do with me. I think I am probably not qualified to sympathize with those who resent you, and even less qualified to persuade them to let go of their hatred. But in fact, I don't really dislike you at the moment. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Lyoga narrowed her eyes. Louis may have seen wrongly. You are a hypocrite. Riaz still shook his head, but he didn't refute anything. He just didn't understand one thing. Why did Lyoga tell him her past? In fact, regarding Lyoga's background, the focus should not be on the fact that she was the empress of the Sea Demon Palace, but on another matter. His Majesty, why did he keep you by his side? Riaz's expression couldn't help but turn serious. That's right, Lugu had always stayed by the emperor's side. She did not hold a position in the kingdom's government, but she had great real power and was even known as the emperor's shadow, but she was the queen of the Sea Demon Royal Court. Riaz felt that Louis XXXIX must be a fool to have taken in an important princess of the opposing faction. However, Riaz did not think that the emperor was truly a fool. Then it could be because of other reasons. Blue blood. Did Lyoga also possess blue blood? Because before you appeared, I was the only one who could support him. Lyoga said faintly, That is an extremely dangerous state. Louis is like a guy walking on a tightrope. As long as he takes one wrong step, what awaits him below is something more terrifying than hell. Only I can give him a little help. Until you appeared. As expected, it's because of the blue blood, the power of the shepherd. Riaz laughed bitterly, then sighed heavily. His Majesty fell to the ground, hoping that I can do something for him. Even if I awaken the true power of blue blood, what can this power do? Become the new emperor of Underwater City. Lyoga looked at Riaz. You must become the new emperor of Underwater City. Me. Riaz was shocked. I can't do it. I'm just a small serpent repairman. I'm not cut out to govern a country. I will support you. Lyoga's eyes flashed with a strange light. Louis will also pave everything for you. Don't forget, Mr. Konghai has the ability to neutralize blue blood power. Riaz shook his head and said, Whether we can get out of here or not, it's hard to say for now. Let's talk about this later. Riaz. Leoga suddenly raised her voice. Look at me. He subconsciously looked at the girl's eyes. They turned out to be emerald green eyes, bewitching like emerald gems. Suddenly, Leoga threw herself into his arms. Riaz couldn't react immediately, turning pale with fright. What's wrong with you? You don't feel well. What are you doing, Dash? He was really frightened at this moment, and he felt a stabbing pain. His neck had been bitten open. At this moment, Leoga's small canine teeth suddenly became sharp, piercing deeply into Riaz's skin on his neck. Are you crazy? He pushed Leoga away with force and subconsciously covered his neck. There was blood flowing out of the wound. Your appearance. At this moment, Leoga's hair suddenly turned emerald green, and her pupils split, turning into double pupils, bewitching and beautiful. However, 2 sharp little teeth protruded from her lips, making her beauty seem even more dangerous. I just told you that I have half the bloodline of the Sea Demon clan. Countless people of Underwater City have died by my hands. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? The girl chuckled. She was no longer as violent as before, but had a feminine charm, like the thorns on a rose stained with blood. A numb feeling began to spread throughout Riaz's body, causing his hands and feet to gradually lose control. Riaz was immediately shocked and furious. I have a venom-making organ in my body, so I can make a few different poisons. Leoga chuckled and slowly walked to Madame Kaya's side. She directly grabbed Madame Kaya's wrist and gently bit down. Leoga, you've gone too far. Riaz's anger surged, and the blood in his body began to boil wildly. However, the boiling this time was different from the past. The boiling this time didn't clear his mind, but instead made him even more dizzy. It was hot, extremely hot. I'm just letting her sleep for a while longer. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Leoga answered Riaz's side and actually began to unbutton her clothes in front of Riaz. His mouth was dry, and the numbness in his hands and feet, as well as the wildly flowing blood, made his eyes bloodshot. He said with a trembling voice, What are you doing? You're right. You're not cut out to manage a country. The girl quickly took off her clothes and extended her hand to cup Riaz's face. But perhaps your child can. You have blue blood, and so do I. Perhaps we can give birth to stronger offspring. You're crazy. You're crazy. Riaz looked at Leoga in disbelief. What are you doing? You and His Majesty aren't. For him, I'm willing to do anything. Riaz still wanted to say something, but the girl had already covered his mouth. She even pushed him to the ground and pressed against his body. Don't mind it. For the Siren clan, leaving behind stronger offspring is a very normal thing. Leoga looked at Riaz with blurred eyes and said softly, I've said it before, you won't be a prince. This isn't a fairy tale. Riaz could no longer hear those words. Right now, he only felt that his body was like a volcano. He quickly lost himself in that uncontrollable, powerful stimulation, as if he had barged into a blank world. In the end, he completely lost all ability to control himself, and could only follow his innate instincts and follow the girl's movements. Spring and autumn, spring and autumn, spring and autumn, autumn and spring, year after year. Drip! The water droplets from the rock stalagmite suddenly hit Riaz's face. He suddenly opened his eyes. The numbness in his body had already disappeared, and Riaz suddenly sat up. He subconsciously covered his neck, and the wound on his neck had already disappeared, thanks to his super strong self-healing ability. But even though the wound had already disappeared, the stinging sensation from before seemed to still remain. Not far away, the witch of the underwater city was expressionlessly stirring the bonfire with a dry branch. Under the illumination of the fire, this was the Leoga that Riaz was familiar with, the rude girl who seemed to dislike everyone. Just now, Riaz still felt that his mouth was dry, so dry that it was uncomfortable. Your little girlfriend should be back soon. She has been out for so long. If she still hasn't come back, you should think about whether she really met with an accident or not." Leoga didn't turn her head and said indifferently, "She has the ability to move freely in the water, and also some other abilities that may be useful in the future. For the current situation, it's better than nothing." "I'm not talking about this, I'm saying—" Riaz opened his mouth. He still had memories that were very clear. How could the young and inexperienced boy calm down when he was in a situation that affected everything? "Oh, you don't have to mind. Just pretend that nothing happened." Leoga turned her head and said with a relaxed face, "Don't worry, I won't tell your little girlfriend. You guys go on with your lives. Don't worry about me." "But Riaz's throat gulped with difficulty. "But that can only be married. Can we do it? I'm the Empress of the Sea Demon Royal Court. The laws of the underwater city can't control me." Leoga suddenly narrowed her eyes. "What? Do you think that after doing that kind of thing, I'll be with you? Don't think too much. For me, you're actually no different from a tool. Actually, it doesn't have to be you. It doesn't matter if it's someone else." Riaz felt some kind of humiliation. He clenched his fist and stared at the girl in front of him. At this moment, a light humming sound was heard. It was the sound of Helen humming a song. Riaz's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously looked at the clothes on his body. He subconsciously tidied them up. Opposite him was the almost mocking gaze of the witch of the underwater city. "Wow, Miss Leoga, you're awake." Helen finally returned to the hiding place and let out a surprised voice. Her hair was still wet, but soon the water vapor separated because of the skeletons in the cave. At this time, Helen was still holding a few long and narrow fish as long as an arm in her hand, and some seaweed-like plants. Not only that, Helen's mouth was holding a small fish as thick as 2 fingers. There was a small part of the fish's tail that was exposed outside, and she gently flapped it. But soon, after a swoosh, it was sucked into the mouth of the siren girl. Riaz looked at this scene with a strange expression, as if he was getting to know Helen again. He looked at her in a daze, and he wanted to say something, but stopped. "Let me see what's edible." Leoga stood up with a smile at this time and walked to Helen. "I'm really hungry." Helen showed her results. "I've never seen these fish before, but they should all be edible, and these algae too. Here, I'll give them to you. I'm used to roasting them." Leoga smiled and took 2 fish over. She pierced them with a dry branch and began to roast them over the fire. After a while, the aroma of oil began to drift out slowly. Riaz, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Helen naturally sat beside Riaz and asked with concern, "You seem to be lost in thought since just now." "No, nothing." Riaz was startled and said, subconsciously, "I'm just thinking about what we should do next." "Don't worry too much." Helen said briskly, "I just ran to the lake to take a look. Mr. Kong Hai and that blue giant seem to be gone." "You went ashore." Riaz was shocked and grabbed Helen's wrist. "Why did you do such a dangerous thing?" "It's okay." Helen smiled and said, "I didn't go ashore. I stayed far away from the water and quietly watched for a long time. If there was any danger, I would immediately sink. It was very safe. Don't do it again." Riaz shook his head. Helen smiled and learned from Leoga. She began to skewer a fish and roast it over the fire. "Riaz, I'll roast a fish for you." We sirens are used to eating raw, but humans seem to prefer cooked food. Riaz only felt ripples in his heart. But soon the ripples were stirred into a turbid mess. He subconsciously glanced at Leoga and found that the witch was not listening at all, as if she did not care about what happened here at all. Helen began to hum a song lightly again, but Riaz was not in the mood to appreciate it. He only felt restless. He did not know how long had passed. Helen suddenly said, "I think I'm done roasting. Riaz, try it." With that, Helen handed the roasted fish to Riaz. At the same time, on the other side, another roasted fish was handed over. The witch of the underwater city narrowed her eyes and said, "I'm done too. Riaz, don't you want to try it?" "On purpose." She definitely did it on purpose. Riaz looked at the 2 roasted fish in front of him and subconsciously swallowed his saliva, as if he was sitting on a carpet of needles. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1733. It was a fleet in the deep sea that could make people tremble in fear. They brought all kinds of light to the deep sea, lights as well as the light of attack. On the seabed of the deep sea that was like a mountain, no, it must have been a majestic mountain in the past, but it sank into the sea at some unknown time. Countless figures rushed out from the caves in the mountain. The black figures that were as ferocious as strange beasts were the most elite soldiers of the Sea Demon Royal Court. They were powerful warriors that were finally cultivated through countless births over countless years. Since the Emperor of the Underwater City wants to fight, then let's give him a big fight. There are only 9 million people in the Underwater City. I still have thousands of people. What's there to be afraid of? In front, several princes of the Sea Demon Royal Court were riding huge sea beasts. They held weapons made of special oars in their hands, and their auras were unparalleled. Huge sea beasts could be seen on the entire mountain. Crabs as huge as mountains, huge octopuses with tentacles that could easily roll up the battleships of the underwater city, and this huge shark that was as hard as iron. The battle had lasted for nearly half a day, since the underwater city's fleet drove straight in and started killing the Sea Demon Royal Court. The battle here had been fierce for nearly half a day. In the mud, more than 10 battleships of the underwater city had sunk. But the corpses of the Sea Demon clan buried here were too many to count. In the Sea Demon Royal Court, a man with a gloomy face was sitting on the throne, wearing green scale armor and holding a long halberd. Louis is crazy. He really wants to start a war. King, today I must hang the corpse of the Emperor of the Underwater City in the Sea Demon Royal Court. A guy with 4 bare arms and sharp spikes on his back, exuding a bloody aura, was venting his anger in the main hall. That's right. If it wasn't for the previous generation's Sea Demon King secretly colluding with Undersea City, never coming out, never giving the order to fight Undersea City head-on, how could these stupid Undersea City people not know about the power of our Sea Demon Royal Court? Another prince whose eyes were red with anxiety because the Sea Demon Royal Court was attacked at this time said indignantly, "The Sea Demon Royal Court dominates the entire sea area, and the underwater city is just a small part of our territory. How could the Emperor of the Underwater City be so arrogant?" That's right, King. You have already killed the previous Sea Demon King, and there is no need for us to continue abiding by her rules. Below the throne, the members of the Imperial Court spoke eloquently. However, the man on the throne remained silent. Suddenly, the man on the throne looked straight ahead of the palace and said in a deep voice, "He's here." Who? The princes and princesses were taken aback, and they looked all around. They didn't know who the Sea Demon King was referring to. "The Emperor of the Undersea City is here." The man on the throne spoke again, then pointed the scepter in his hand to the front of the hall. All the princes and princesses of the Imperial Court looked over. In the middle of the hall, a blue light flashed. At the same time, a figure flashing with blue light gradually became clear. Louis the 39th, Emperor of Underwater City. Instantly, dozens of terrifying killing in tents appeared in the hall. There are quite a lot of people. The Undersea City Emperor who appeared in the hall looked around at this time, then said indifferently, "But it seems that you don't welcome me very much. You don't know what's good for you." A prince of the Imperial Court sneered, waving the weapon in his hand and stabbing toward this light figure. However, this prince's body instantly pierced through the body of Louis the 39th. But the Undersea City Emperor was unscathed. Sea Demon Imperial Court, before the Sunken Sea era, one of the last 7 great sages of the Lemuria Kingdom, the descendant of the great sage Leeds. "I didn't expect you to be the type who doesn't like to think." The Undersea City Emperor smiled and said, "Things in the world are really wonderful." "What did you say?" The sea demon prince, who failed in his attack, returned again. However, the man on the throne suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Get down. All of you get down. King, king, king. Get down." Soon the hall became empty. Only the sea demon king and the undersea city emperor were left. They looked at each other from a distance. But it's also good. At least these guys seem to be obedient. The undersea city emperor smiled at this moment, but his tone took a sharp turn. "I'm here to tell you that the sea demon imperial court will disappear before the end of today." The sea demon king tilted his head and sized up Louis XXXX. He seemed to be thinking about something. "I am very curious. What is the use of the item you exchanged with the Dragon Ridge? I know that it is something left behind by Iska." "Oh," Louis XXXIX said calmly, "since you know it, why did you agree to make this deal with me?" "I don't like her things," the sea demon king said calmly. "I don't like all the things that belong to her, including the children she gave birth to." Louis XXXIX said calmly, "Long Gang is her child. Since you don't like it, why did you exchange one thing for another?" "He doesn't know his identity," the sea demon king said calmly. "As the undersea city emperor, you don't plan to tell anyone about the scandal, right?" The undersea city's Prince Yi and the sea demon imperial court's empress got together. Didn't the undersea city erase all traces of Prince Ye's existence? So what? Louis XXXIX was expressionless. The sea demon king said with a smile, "You see in the eyes of your undersea city, we are cruel and bloodthirsty. However, we won't give up on any talented child. Even if it's someone like Longang, I'll still give him a chance. As long as he's outstanding enough, he can replace any of my children and become the next sea demon king. But you're different. You'll erase the existence of a prince for the sake of your so-called reputation. Louis, I've dealt with you for a long time. You seem to only have one prince. I heard that Prince Ye's talent is the highest in history. You're really willing." "There's nothing to be unwilling about," His Majesty the Emperor said calmly. "If the life of a prince can be exchanged for the peace of the entire undersea city, it's actually a very worthwhile thing. Just like how you exchanged Lyoga for it back then. Didn't you still make the exchange? I've delayed this great battle until now. I've said it before, I don't like anything that belongs to Iska," the Sea Demon King said calmly. "This is far from the time I agreed upon with you. I'm going back on my word." His Majesty the Emperor said with a smile, "You know, a mouth full of lies is always the privilege of an emperor. You really want to start this great battle?" The Sea Demon King narrowed his eyes. "When I killed Iska back then, the Sea Demon Royal Court was in chaos. It's true that I agreed to a truce with you, but so many years have passed. Do you think that my Sea Demon Royal Court hasn't been reorganized?" "Obviously, it has been reorganized," Louis XXXIX said with a smile. "You have quite a lot of descendants." "Then let's fight." The Sea Demon King snorted coldly. "The Sea Demon clan has countless warriors. I'm not Iska, that stupid guy who is willing to become a vassal for the sake of an enemy prince." As he spoke, the Sea Demon King's gaze suddenly became bewitching. A faint blue light shone in his pupils. "The power of my ancestors. I've also awakened. Just a little bit. It seems like it's still not pure." Louis XXXIX shook his head. "I've already given you time, and it's a very long time. Now, I think that there's no reason for me to let you go." "Louis." In the Sea Demon Royal Court's main hall, the Sea Demon King's furious roar suddenly sounded. This was the deep sea, but this Sea Demon King's voice still sounded in the hearts of countless Sea Demon Clan warriors. They seemed to have instantly felt the anger in the Sea Demon King's heart. Instantly, the boundless Sea Demon Clan warriors seemed to have become even crazier. A beam of light shot out from the Sea Demon Royal Court's main hall. At the same time, the scaly Sea Demon King instantly rode a huge manta ray and crashed into the underwater city's fleet. Among the fleet of battleships, in an underwater city's battleship that wasn't smaller than Sapphire, His Majesty the Emperor, who was sitting on the highest seat in the control room, suddenly opened his eyes. "Prepare the holy armor." The control room of the battleship suddenly opened, and the Emperor of the underwater city instantly rushed into the deep sea. At this moment, from the distant underwater city's white tower, a huge beam of light instantly reached Louis the 39 Teachaside. Under this light, a blue armor silently appeared on the body of the Emperor of the underwater city. It seemed to be made of crystal, pure and flawless. "Let's try it," Louis the 39th said in a low voice. With the new technology, the power of the holy armor awakened. The light of the Emperor wearing the holy armor instantly drove away the darkness of the entire sea demon royal court. This cold, deep sea actually began to boil. Even deeper in the deep sea, in the land of death, where a large number of demons lived. At the end of the long stone steps in the deep darkness, 3 pupils with spiral black patterns suddenly flashed. At the bottom of the stone steps, pairs of eyes with red light were also flashing. There were sounds that sounded like the howls of demons all around. The power of resistance. I smell it. Louis, come, feel true despair. You will become the most delicious food for me. They became even more excited. Under the stone steps, they crazily shouted and jumped crazily. They even wanted to climb up the long stone steps. But soon they were completely swallowed by the shadows at the end of the stone steps. Very soon, the 3 dark red eyes filled with spiral black patterns seemed to open a little. 09? I will be back. 09. Shinryu. Roar. Madame Kaya woke up in a rather strange silence. When she woke up, she realized that the injuries on her body had completely disappeared. Not only that, her physical strength had also completely recovered. She felt that her condition was better than ever before, mainly because Riaz was right in front of her, which made her feel the most at ease. Of course, if not for the fact that the witch of the underwater city was also here, her mood would probably be better. What's the situation now? Madame Kaya furrowed her brows and asked. Even though she could sense that the atmosphere here was rather strange, it was mainly because of Riaz. As a mother, she would probably be able to sense the minute changes in her child at all times. It's terrible. Riaz sighed. He finally found something that he could do. Then he made himself forget some of the troubling things for the time being. So he carefully recounted what happened in the tropical forest in detail. After hearing Riaz's story, Madame Kaya sank into her thoughts and suddenly looked at Lyoga. Lyoga shrugged and said indifferently, I don't have much to say. This time, there's no information like I've lost my power. Your son is the most honest person I've ever seen. Riaz could not help but be stunned, and then his expression turned ugly. He had indeed revealed to Madame Kaya that Lyoga's power had been neutralized. However, he could sense that Lyoga's words were hinting at something else. Honest? He subconsciously looked at Helen, and his emotions became complicated. We took a train from the Monolith Kingdom to the Central Tower, Madame Kaya quickly said. Even if we can't leave this place for now, it's not a bad choice to stay away from the Central Tower. Those apes have lived here for a long time, so they're more or less useful. Mother, you still remember the way back? Riaz immediately asked in surprise. I've memorized it. Madame Kaya smiled gently. It's not like I haven't learned anything after all these years in the army. All right, it's not good to hide in one place for too long. Hurry up and pack up. We're going to the terminal platform at the bottom of the Central Tower. All right. Riaz hurriedly stood up. However, Madame Kaya suddenly said, Riaz, go out with Helen and take a look at the environment outside. Lady Lyoga and I still have some things to discuss. We'll catch up with you immediately. This. All right. Riaz could only nod. How should he say this? For a child who had not fully matured, the authority of his parents could not be ignored. He lowered his head and wanted to hold Helen's hand, but gave up in the end. He quickly said, Let's go up first. What do you want to talk to me about? The witch of the underwater city leaned against the wall and crossed her arms over her chest. It was still not big. I can tell you what I learned from Longang, Madame Caius said emotionlessly. Lyoga raised an eyebrow. What? Have you changed your mind? Didn't you say that you wanted to use him as a bargaining chip for your reunion with your husband after we returned to the underwater city? Riaz is more important than anything here, Madame Caius said indifferently. I don't want you to hurt him. Ever since I woke up, there seems to be something between you and this child. The witch's expression became unnatural for a moment, but it was not that unnatural either. She said nonchalantly, Should I say that this is the terrifying intuition of an old mother? Listen, Madame Cayenne narrowed her eyes. I don't know what you and the Emperor of Underwater City are plotting against Riaz. It's funny now that I mention it. My loyalty to the kingdom is like an order imprinted in my head. But there's one thing I know very well. What is it? If it's for my child, I'm even willing to kill the Emperor. Lyoga stared at her. Neither of them looked away. Tell me, what do you want? Lyoga looked away in the end. She looked at the fire that was about to be extinguished. I might not agree to it. You have to promise me that you won't hurt Riaz, Madame Caius said with a heavy voice. Promise that I can eat him. Lyoga could not help but sneer. You just have to promise me, Madame Caius said. Someone as proud as you won't go back on your words. That's high, Lyoga said emotionlessly. I'm not worthy of that evaluation. I might have already hurt your child. I'll tell you about Longang right now, Madame Caius said directly. Listen, Longang is the prince of the Sea Demon Court. He's the Sea Demon Prince? Lyoga subconsciously frowned when she heard that. She blurted out, the current Sea Demon King? There's a predecessor? Madame Kaya could not help but blurt out. Lyoga did not say anything. She charged out of the cave. Madame Kaya was stunned. She was about to say something. I'll promise you. The voice of the witch from the underwater city slowly drifted over. Central Tower, Laboratory 1. That's strange. Suddenly, the Central Tower's host's voice rang out. Although it did not disturb Boss Luo and the servant girl who were watching the television, it did attract their attention. The boss smiled. What's strange? The Central Tower's host thought for a moment. I can't even awaken the glorious sun vanguard. It was referring to the highest combat power in the Central Tower. You can't awaken it. The servant girl asked in surprise. What? As the host, you've fallen to the point where you can't control your subordinates? No. The Central Tower's host paused. Because of the release of blue blood, I immediately deactivated the vanguard and planned to awaken it. The order to awaken it had already been issued. It was just that it was interrupted. However, logically speaking, the vanguard should have already awakened. But until now, the vanguard has not shown any signs of contacting me. How can this be? The Central Tower's host's voice suddenly became sharp. In its ladybug form, it was dancing in the air. How can this be? These data are fake? How can they be fake? Boss Luo and the servant girl looked at each other. The Central Tower's host's voice rose and fell. The glorious sun vanguard is gone. The data it left here are all fake. A total of 5 layers of shackles. These data deceived me. The vanguard is no longer in the testing ground. Can the vanguard act in private? The servant girl frowned. The Central Tower's host said with certainty, unless it has my core command, the vanguard cannot be activated. Then there's only one possibility. Miss Maid tilted her head, and her long blonde hair cascaded down naturally. I've been curious since the beginning. Logically speaking, how can an artificial intelligence that has lived for tens of thousands of years and has self-evolution develop so slowly, according to the technological level of this testing ground, unless your evolution was restricted from the beginning? Even an amoeba protozoa could evolve into something incredible. But you're really sorry for the technological level here. You look so indescribable. What are you trying to say? The central tower's host's voice even trembled a little. The servant girl said expressionlessly, "You've probably been replaced by someone else? The real central tower's host has already left. You're just a temporary replacement created later." The ladybug froze in the air and stopped moving. I'm fake. I'm fake? Impossible. I've always been evolving, although it's a little slow. Impossible. No, there's such a possibility. There's such a possibility. Then the entire central tower dimmed. The host directly crashed at this time. "See," the servant girl said calmly, "you're really just a low-quality product, master." Boss Luo said at this time, "According to what you said, what do you think the real central tower's host will do?" The servant girl thought for a while and said, "Maybe it put the core into the so-called glorious sun-level vanguard and then escaped from this testing ground. Wait, the testing ground's door can only be opened with a key. So, the one who attacked Konghai and made him lose his memory is actually the real central tower's host?" Looking at the servant girl's eyes that revealed her speculation at this time, Boss Luo suddenly reached out and pinched her nose. The servant girl was a little confused. "As I said, I can be quite naughty sometimes." Luocho smiled and said, "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Hashtag PS 5184. Chapter 1734. But it didn't take long for the central tower to resume its normal operation. In fact, the pause of the central tower didn't take too long. This was more like a distraction of the central tower's host. However, the host of the central tower, which had just finished its absent-mindedness, was rather silent at this moment. It was also observing the various data within its core. Although it had the embryonic form of emotion and was evolving into a real intelligent life, it was still a pile of data based on logical thinking. Searching for the truth was what it was born to do, no matter how incredible the truth was. After eliminating all the impossibilities, the remaining answer will be the truth, no matter how unreasonable it is. The central tower, host suddenly sighed. "My core is complete and perfect without any mistakes. But you are right, my evolution speed is too slow. It's not because I didn't collect enough data, but because I thought I was perfect in my self-perception." It sounded like it was talking to itself, which made Boss Luo look at it again. A pile of data. What did it have to experience to evolve into a real intelligent life? Luocho couldn't give a clear answer, even if his ability had reached the limit of his cognition. Ability was ability, knowledge was knowledge. Some people were born with knowledge, but they didn't know why. His ability was probably like that. However, this didn't prevent Boss Luo from seeing the internal changes of the central tower at this time. The central tower didn't know that its confusion and helplessness didn't make it evolve to the middle stage. Instead, it created some kind of opportunity. Boss Luo couldn't tell how an intelligent life could have a real life at the moment. Maybe Miss Maid could answer more questions, but one thing was for sure. It must first learn to deny itself. Just like that, a while later, "You seem to have recovered." Luocho glanced at the ladybug and smiled. "How do you feel?" The central tower host thought for a while and said, "I don't feel anything different, but I vaguely feel something different in my core. But I've been constantly refreshing my core, and I still can't find the source of the problem. I can't find the place where this mistake is. It's a very strange feeling." "Yes, feeling," Boss Luo said lightly. "Feeling is a real life, and it can't be fully expressed by data. In fact, the so-called feeling of a living creature is the reaction of the cells in the body. The reaction of different cells will bring different nerve stimuli. The central tower said, this is the so-called feeling of a living creature. I can simulate almost all these nerve reflexes." Boss Luo didn't refute, but asked casually, "So, how do you plan to deal with this matter now?" It knew, or it assumed, that it was merely a substitute created by the true host of the central tower with a higher degree of evolution before it left. Would it deny itself, or would it be enraged by it? Boss Luo felt that this was a very interesting matter. I think. The central tower thought for a while and had a temporary answer. Try to eliminate all factors that exist in my core that can affect me. This is actually very simple. If I need to create a new system to replace myself, I won't let it have the possibility of being out of my control. Unless there's an accident. This is an accident, and it's outside of my calculations. This wasn't an accident. Boss Luo thought in his heart. The cause of all this was the Emperor of Eternal Kingdom, his word. The ultimate of word was fate. Fate was also a type of calculation, and it was an algorithm that exceeded any calculation volume. Do you need help? At this time, Boss Luo suddenly said, "This one in my family has good attainments in artificial intelligence, and it's cheap and good." No. The central tower's host floated up and down, and its tone was very firm. Why? Boss Luo blinked his eyes. The central tower's host said matter-of-factly, "No matter if it's now or in the past, in my database there's a conclusion that females are good at deceiving. I concluded that a woman's mouth is a liar. You also know about ghosts." Miss Maid asked expressionlessly at this time, but a black flame butterfly was gently flapping its wings on her shoulder. Host of the central tower said matter-of-factly, "Of course I know about ghosts. As I said before, the information that I spread to the outside world stopped during the calamity of dragons and phoenixes of our creator, Cicero. After those creatures died, they were suspected to remain in the form of spiritual bodies. Let me check the information of this period." Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "Including the information before the calamity." "Up to you." The central tower's host said directly, "Anyway, I've given you the highest access authority." In fact, it was indeed the highest authority, but it was only limited to the inquiry type. The real control of the central tower was still in the hands of this host. Boss Luo excitedly opened the folders that had been sealed for a long time. He looked at Miss Maid and suddenly asked, "Have you seen the existence of chaos in other subworlds?" Miss Maid shook her head. The development process of each subworld was different. Even if it was very similar, the style was always different. The same person might have different identities, status, abilities, and even partners in different subworlds, not to mention the real high-level power of each subworld. "I think there shouldn't be any." Luochio smiled and said, "There shouldn't even be a shadow of the legend, because it's very likely to be Cicero's unique creation." "Master, are you saying that in the development of a subworld civilization, the outsiders are added?" Miss Maid thought for a while and said, "Just like a mod?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "Yes, just like your evil dragon era." "Master seems to be very concerned about Miss Long." Miss Maid chuckled. Boss Luo didn't avoid arousing suspicion and said, "It's nothing. You forgot that although I didn't express it clearly before, I really wanted to get it. You know, she its dazzling soul." Of course. She knew that her little temper that kept her covering could only stop here. She would only let herself stop here. "Why don't we search for the keyword, Shinryu, first?" So Miss Maid suggested. Between them, they were considered partners, right? But it felt weird. The central tower's host quietly hid behind and observed the two people in the shop. It didn't know the answer, but it didn't dare to ask. It felt that if it asked, butterflies would chase after it. Well, feeling? It felt like a prediction of the future. Note it down, I must note it down. "Be careful, sometimes feelings can lie," Boss Luo suddenly said. Mojito's words about the place with a lot of food and convenient supplies unexpectedly gave Long Gang a refreshing feeling of recognition. Trees, fertile soil, fresh air, a world with blue sky and white clouds. If Mojito hadn't confirmed that this was still inside the central tower, he would have thought that he had walked out of the central tower. Space folding technology? The area of this was definitely beyond the amount that could be observed from the outside of the central tower. There are many houses there, but no one has lived there for a long time. Mojito pointed weakly at the front at this time. "It's like a village." "It's indeed a village." At this time, Long Gang said seriously, "Look around you." although it has been abandoned for a long time, allowing the grass and trees to grow wild. But I think that someone will clean this place up regularly every once in a while. Otherwise, the random growth of plants will definitely bury everything. If you say so, then so be it. Mojito looked at Long Gang at this time and suddenly smiled. You are Iska's child. You always know a lot like her. Do you miss her? Long Gang asked suddenly. Mojito patted his chest gently. She's here. Long Gang knew that this was the place where Mojito hid the scale. He nodded and helped Mojito walk forward slowly. Soon after, they did see the abandoned village that Mojito mentioned. After temporarily settling Mojito in a house, Long Gang began to search around, trying to find some useful materials from this village. However, other than the house, everything else in this place had already decayed. It was so much so that with a light touch, everything would turn into dust. Long Gang shook his head. He speculated that this place used to be a village of herdsmen. The herdsmen lived in this place when they were still in the central tower. He just didn't know if there were other places like this in the central tower. Also, did his queen mother, Iska, come to this place as well? And Prince Yi, that the queen mother mentioned. He didn't even know why he had an inexplicable interest in this Prince Yi. Perhaps it was as Master Karen said. He was the child of the Empress and Prince Yi. Long Gang shook his head, focused himself again, and continued to explore the village. Mojito should have explored the village as well, because many of the things in the houses had been shattered before he arrived. Obviously, they had been touched by someone. Long Gang circled around and found nothing in the end. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It seemed that he gained nothing. Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly stopped. Long Gang stood in the middle of the street of this deserted village, closed his eyes and focused his mind. He had the ability to communicate with creatures in the deep sea and could even control fish. But in fact, even Master Karen didn't know that Long Gang could communicate with not only the creatures in the deep sea, but all creatures. He could sense the emotions of almost all creatures and their general thoughts. As long as he was willing to put in the effort, he could communicate with the other party very well. Listening to the voices of all things was the name Long Gang had given to his ability. Actually, every member of the royal family of the Sea Demon Court would have some special abilities to some extent. Long Gang was not one of the best among them. Things like a powerful body and rapid regeneration were actually the most common abilities among the Sea Demon royal family. Of course, there were those who had no abilities at all. For example, his sister Kaya. Kaya was a member of the royal family who had yet to inherit any abilities. Royals without abilities were basically not acknowledged. Long Gang's thoughts were very scattered right now. He could even vaguely sense some of the thoughts of the plants around him, even though it was very vague. Just at this time, a kind of fluctuation that came from underground caused Long Gang to open his eyes in surprise. He looked towards a certain direction in puzzlement, the source of the fluctuation that made him feel surprised. It was a relatively large house that he had already searched before. Long Gang frowned and returned to the front of the big house. Then he went around to the back of it and walked in through the door of the backyard. He searched all the way and finally stopped at an empty space in the corner. He crouched down and pressed his hand against the soil that was covered in weeds. He was feeling for something. As he felt around, Long Gang suddenly exerted force, as if he was lifting something up. It was an abnormally heavy metal hoop. There was even a chain attached to the metal hoop. The muscles on Long Gang's arm suddenly swelled. He gritted his teeth and pulled the chain up with all his might. The soil suddenly split open, and a huge metal plate was flipped over in the end. Looking at the pitch-black tunnel that appeared on the ground, Long Gang could not help but rejoice. He saw a tiny black figure suddenly charge out of the tunnel. It moved with startling speed. It was heading straight for Long Gang's face. Long Gang was surprised. Just when he was about to swing his hand to slap it away, the tiny black figure had already wrapped itself around his arm. It climbed up and arrived on his shoulder before long. rubbing against his cheek intimately. It was a little white thing that looked like a mouse, but it had small wings on its back. The little beast's eyes were extremely lively. After a round of intimacy, it curiously sized up Longang. Longang smiled faintly and held the little white hand in his palm. After tapping its nose, he said, "Are you trapped down there? Did someone trap you in there? Or did you dig a hole from somewhere and then can't get out?" The little white beast chirped a few times. "You are really naughty." Longang chuckled, then looked at the pitch-black tunnel on the ground. He thought for a while and jumped down directly. Sea Demon Royal Court. Or it could be said that the former Sea Demon Royal Court, the underwater mountain where the Sea Demon Royal Court was located, had been flattened at this moment. Around there were countless corpses of Sea Demon clan soldiers and the wreckage of dozens of underwater cities' battleships. Now, only less than a quarter of the battleships were left. They were still tenaciously floating above the Sea Demon Royal Court, but they were already scarred at this time. But it didn't matter, because these underwater cities' soldiers knew that they had won this battle. In the remaining battleships, they looked at the screen one after another. At this moment, His Majesty the Emperor of Underwater City was holding the Sea Demon King's neck with one hand and lifting it up. This was the scene where the true victory of the battle was announced. His Majesty the Emperor, who was wearing an azure crystal armor, was like an unparalleled god at this moment. It was precisely him who destroyed the entire Sea Demon Royal Court's mountain. Among the countless corpses, the Sea Demon King, whose life was being strangled, had a somewhat blurred gaze. It looked up silently. The sun couldn't be seen in the deep sea. What it could see was only the radiance of the holy armor on Louis X's body. So that's how it is. So Iska was right. She was right. The current Sea Demon King's face was already blood red. So you really have a power that the Sea Demon clan can't contend against. This is the power of our ancestors. A part of it is, a part of it isn't, Louis XXXIX said calmly. Is that so? The Sea Demon King's voice gradually weakened. Why, clearly we are the Orthodox. Is the Orthodox so important? His Majesty the Emperor shook his head at this moment. The Sea Demon King suddenly sneered. "Karl, you still don't understand me. After so many years, you still don't understand me. Even when you are about to kill me, you still don't understand me." "No, I think that he really understands you very well," His Majesty the Emperor suddenly said faintly at this moment. The Sea Demon King's gaze froze at this moment. It opened its eyes with difficulty and looked at the unparalleled undersea city emperor, who was strangling its life. Its lips moved slightly. "You aren't him. You aren't him. Who are you? Who are you?" "I am the undersea city emperor." "No, you aren't. You aren't him. You aren't him." The Sea Demon King instantly became agitated. It suddenly gathered the last of its strength and firmly grabbed the undersea city emperor's arm. I know. You are Prince Yi. You are Prince Yi. You didn't die. Prince Yi is dead." "No, you didn't die. You came for revenge." The Sea Demon King laughed crazily at this moment. "You came for revenge. For Iska. You killed your father. You deceived everyone. Ha 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 ha. You are the cruelest one. Ha 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 ha. You are too patient. You didn't come for revenge until now. For what? I know. For Lyoga, right? For the bastard that you and Iska gave birth to, right? You are wrong." His Majesty the Emperor's gaze was calm and emotionless. "I didn't kill you because you also activated the blue blood. I wanted to see if you could really awaken the blue blood. However, I gave you enough time, but what about me? You disappoint me too much." The Sea Fiend King instantly opened his eyes wide. In his final moment of despair, he seemed to have detected something, and he raised his gaze. In the dusky deep sea, he seemed to have seen a giant black spear that resembled an eye. The Undersea City Emperor's palm finally tightened at this moment, and he crushed it. Not enough. Throwing away the Sea Demon King's corpse, the Undersea City Emperor looked up and looked at the gradually growing eye of the sea abyss. His gaze gradually lowered. He sighed and then walked into the depths of the remains of the Sea Demon Royal Court. He knew that there was a huge tomb here where the Sea Demon Royal Court's kings and royal family were buried for countless years. I came to see you, Iska. PS1. I don't know if it is still the same as before. Recently, I have a lot of strange dinners. I am tired, so don't wait. PS2. I am actually in a bad mood today. After I woke up in the morning, I was in a bad mood. I don't know what happened to me. When I opened QQ, I received a lot of strangers adding me to scold me. Maybe it is just one person changing accounts to do this. I am too lazy to care about it. I summarized it. The general meaning is about the plot of the 80 chapters in this volume. PS3. Later, I flipped through this chapter and found that it was a little lively. Well, it is probably the problem of the Taran plot. In fact, I really don't want to say anything. Even the content of the second half of this chapter shouldn't be arranged here in advance. But it seems that I need to take care of some readers' emotions. I will change it later. PS4. This has been planned from the beginning, and I think I have given a lot of clues. From the beginning, when the Undersea City Emperor wanted to marry Qin Chiu, Lyoga's reaction has actually explained some of it, and I have never written that the Undersea City Emperor and Lyoga are too intimate. There is no ambiguous relationship, right? The most important thing is at the beginning, it is written that the Emperor is blue-blooded and Lyoga is also blue-blooded. Shouldn't we first consider the relationship from the bloodline? Well, children are willing to do anything for their parents. Is there a problem? Do we have to think about love? PS5. As for whether Lyoga's behavior is a kind of self-satisfaction type, it depends on the person. The benevolent see benevolence, the wise see wisdom. If you want to argue, go ahead. Anyway, the explanation is limited to here. I will not mention this matter later. PS6, that's it. Let's go transmigrate first. Let's see how long it will take before we think about whether it is writing or not. End of this chapter. Chapter 1735. Marna, the name of the little white beast, was temporarily changed by Longang, and it was clear that the little beast was quite receptive. Its little tail swayed from time to time, and it looked quite comfortable. The hidden passageway was vertical and was about 30 meters deep. After that, Longang fell into a stone passage. The walls were crisscrossed with a kind of stone that could emit light. It was not dazzling, and it could even be said to be soft, but it made the whole passage look quite bright. Longang continued to go deeper and found a small hole on the road, the kind that just allowed Marna to pass through. Presumably, it was made by this little guy. What's in here? Longang looked at the little guy lying on his shoulder and asked. Of course, he couldn't get the answer. The little guy couldn't speak. Even if Longang could communicate with it, he could only feel some vague thoughts, which was quite chaotic. But no one should have been here for a long time. Even Mojito hadn't been here. He should have never found this place. Even Longang himself, if he didn't have the ability to communicate with creatures, and if he didn't sense Marna, he would have missed it. This used to be a village of shepherds. Why did they build such a passage under the village? Where does this passage lead to? Soon, Longang found the answer. At the end of the passage, what he saw at this time was another village. Its area was at least half smaller than the one on the ground. The road was narrower, and the houses were more compact. At the same time, this place also looked empty. This place had been abandoned for a long time. As soon as he walked in here, Marna jumped down from Longang's shoulder and then quickly ran into the underground village. Longang subconsciously looked up. The glowing stones at the top illuminated the entire space. Going back to the problem of the shepherds building this underground village, Longang felt that it was very likely that the shepherds were hiding from something. Everything here was quite primitive. Whether it was the houses, the tools, everything was made with the simplest materials, and there was no trace of technical content in the tools. Are they trying to avoid the surveillance of the central tower? Suddenly, Longang seemed to realize something, and he quickly caught up with the little white beast, Marna. At this time, Marna stopped in a small circular square. What shocked Longang was that in this small plaza he actually discovered many stone coffins. At a glance, there were at least 150 to 60 sarcophagi. They were neatly arranged, surrounding the entire ring-shaped square, thus forming a radiation-like pattern. And in the middle of all this, in the very center of the ring-shaped square, was a huge square pillar, a white pillar. Longang couldn't help but feel shocked. He had seen such a pillar before. However, compared to the other pillars he had seen in the square of this underground village, this one was obviously much smaller, much smaller. It was the white tower that existed in the underwater city. That's right, the shape of the obelisk was exactly the same as the white tower in the underwater city. Longang was shocked by the discovery here and subconsciously approached the obelisk. However, the moment he stepped into the ring-shaped square, an unknown feeling of fear suddenly filled his whole body. Longang couldn't help but shudder. He subconsciously stopped his footsteps. Longang looked around. At this time, with the ability to listen to the voice of all things, he felt the thoughts on the thick stone coffins. They were telling something. Whispers, unfortunately, could no longer be distinguished. The only thing that could be confirmed was that they didn't want Longang to get close. "I just want to find the truth." Longang said softly, "Even if you are buried here, you still revere it so much. Perhaps it is your belief?" These thoughts didn't disperse. Longang couldn't help but frown. Soon after, he thought of something and said seriously, "I am also a descendant of the shepherds. If you are really the shepherds from back then I can also be considered as your descendant. If you are really my ancestors, then please let me know everything about you. Shepherds, why do we exist?" More than 100 thoughts instantly became a lot stronger. Around the square at this time began to emit a faint blue light. From the pure thoughts to now, Longang actually saw a light blue airflow appear. These airflows didn't disperse. Instead, they began to look for something. At this time, they began to rush toward the small white hand, Marna. Finally, without knowing, a thin, dark blue diamond-shaped crystal was formed on Marna's forehead, and his body began to slowly float vertically. Sure enough, there is a reaction. You are really shepherds. Longang's eyes lit up at this time. So Marna, who was floating, looked at Longang like this. At the same time, a voice that seemed to be mixed with many voices also naturally rose in Longang's heart. "We are the last shepherds. This is the collection of our thoughts. You can call me, or we are called, tomorrow." Tomorrow. Longang couldn't help but be startled and subconsciously said, "Hope? Your hope is tomorrow?" You can think of it that way, but we are not waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. Tomorrow slowly said, "We do feel that there is a remnant of the shepherd's bloodline in you, but it is not very strong. I think you should be the descendant of those who escaped, right?" Probably so. Longang also had to face this identity of his. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. "What did you say, those who escaped? So, that means that not all of the shepherds left the central tower?" "Not by much. Those who stayed are all here." Tomorrow indifferently said, "We did not choose to leave because some of the shepherds' views are not completely unified. Of course, most of them chose to leave. Why did you not leave here?" Longang couldn't help but frown as he asked, "Do you know what kind of glorious civilization those shepherds who left created? Even though this civilization has been destroyed, and the survivors can only survive in the deep sea. Our origin is here. We don't want to go anywhere." Tomorrow was still rather indifferent. "There is something we need to protect here." Longang subconsciously said, "This pillar? In the underwater city, there is an identical pillar, but it is much bigger than this. What is it? It is the inheritance. It is us. Tomorrow, slowly said, it is the place where the soul rests. Even if the shepherds die physically, their spirit will not be extinguished. The holy tower can place our souls. It still has power. Long Gang was silent for a moment and suddenly said, I can feel that it still contains the powerful power of the deceased, just like the White Tower in the underwater city. But the White Tower in the underwater city can only be used by the Emperor of the underwater city. The Emperor of the underwater city you're talking about should be a descendant who has completely awakened the power of blue blood. Tomorrow thought at this time and said, this is not very strange. In our era, the shepherds who have reached adulthood can use the power of the Holy Tower. You can feel it because you have a trace of blue blood in your body. But according to your situation, under normal circumstances, you will probably never be able to awaken the power of blue blood. Long Gang smiled bitterly and said self-deprecatingly, maybe it is because I am just a mixed blood? If it's not high, then it's not high. I've never been dissatisfied with my own bloodline. It has already brought me to this world and given me life. Your ability is sensing. Tomorrow suddenly said at this time. Sensing? Long Gang was startled and said subconsciously, you mean my ability to communicate with you? I will call it, listen to the voice of all things. Listen to all things? Tomorrow seemed to have a smile. Do you know what the real listen to all things is? Your ability is at best the prerequisite ability to listen to all things. You are still far from the real listen to all things. Long Gang suddenly had a feeling of blushing. The blue crystal on Marna's forehead suddenly flashed, and then Tomorrow suddenly said, what is your name? Long Gang, Long Gang, now you come to the front of the Holy Tower. Tomorrow said indifferently, although it is only a very thin bloodline, it is still a descendant of blue blood. As the descendant of a shepherd, you should show your reverence in front of our faith. Long Gang frowned. He hesitated for a moment and finally chose to walk into the square. He approached the obelisk step by step. This time he was not stopped. Standing completely in front of the obelisk, Long Gang looked up. There seemed to be a stream of light flashing on the pure white tower. The reverence in his heart rose again. Long Gang subconsciously knelt in front of the holy tower, closed his eyes, and showed a pious expression. At this moment, in his closed eyes, Long Gang actually saw a blue flame in the darkness. It was ignited in the darkness, from weak to vigorous. In the blue flame, Long Gang even saw a blue crystal sword. As if it was calling, he subconsciously reached out to grab it. Grab it. Long Gang opened his eyes at the instant his hand gripped the blue crystal longsword's hilt. At this moment, a blue crystal longsword had actually appeared in his hand. A joyful thought was transmitted from the blue crystal longsword at this moment. It seems to be very happy. Long Gang subconsciously looked at Mana. Happy for my arrival? It is not happy for your arrival, but it is happy for the arrival of the blue blood. Tomorrow said indifferently, if it is a shepherd who has completely awakened the blue blood, it will be truly happy. Okay. Long Gang smiled awkwardly. He only felt that he was probably looked down upon by the real ancestor. This is the shepherd's holy sword. Tomorrow, as voice sounded again, there is also a set of holy armor. At that time, the shepherd who left took the holy armor away, and the holy sword was kept by us. Do you know what your mission is, Long Gang? Long Gang subconsciously opened his mouth. He only held the blue crystal sword in his hand, but he did not know that he had a mission. Tomorrow said, you have the duty to bring the souls of the shepherds who wandered outside back to the holy tower. This is the place where we rest in peace. At that time, although they left, they will come back one day. We stay and look after the holy tower so that one day we can bring their souls back to bury them. We are shepherds, and at the same time we are tomb keepers. Longang, are you willing to be a tomb keeper? If I refuse, are you going to take back this holy sword? Longang frowned. No, I can't take it back. Tomorrow, words made Longang feel depressed. In fact, if you didn't stop just now and directly came in front of the holy tower, you will still get the holy sword. Longang shook his head and frowned again. So, you just watch and I take it away? What if I refuse? You won't refuse. Tomorrow shook his head. Remember, the holy tower is an inheritance, the holy sword is an inheritance, and the holy armor is also an inheritance. They will guide you to do what you should do. What I should do, what I should do. Longang suddenly looked up. What? What is it that I should do? This time, Tomorrow did not respond. But at the same time, the holy tower suddenly shot a ray of light into Longang's body. He felt as if he was bathing in warm water, and the comfortable feeling made him reluctant to leave. Your bloodline is too thin. Accept this gift from us. Tomorrow's voice sounded in Longang's heart. Remember, you are a shepherd and also a tomb keeper. Our tomb is where our tomorrow is buried. Wait, the light of the holy tower disappeared, and the light around Longang also disappeared. Even the little white beast, Mana, had fallen to the ground at this time and seemed to have fainted. However, the dark blue crystal on Mana's forehead did not disappear, and it seemed to be completely embedded in its body. Longang subconsciously lifted the blue crystal sword. At this time, its light was no longer there, and he could no longer feel it with his mind. Instead, it became dim. However, as long as he willed it, the holy sword would instantly release a dazzling light. I am a tomb keeper. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1736. What's that on your back? Just as he walked back, Longang heard Mojito's voice. The king of the ape kingdom looked a little better. Oh, it's nothing. I picked it up on the road and kept it as a weapon since it was convenient. Longang leaned to the side, revealing what was hanging on his back, a long sword rolled up with tree bark. I'm not asking about this. I'm asking about this guy. Mojito shook his head. He obviously didn't care much about the weapon. What he cared about was the little thing lying on Longang's shoulder, the little white beast, Marna. Longang also looked at Marna at this time. Strangely, Marna didn't seem to know what happened to him. Since he woke up, he had been hanging on Longang's body. He seemed to be clinging to Longang. I also picked it up on the road. Longang thought of a reason. Mojito would probably believe it, right? Oh, just in time, I'm hungry. Mojito nodded. No. Longang shook his head directly. There are a few fruit trees behind the house. I've seen them. The fruits should be edible. You can eat those. I'm the one raising Marna now. I'm just kidding. Marna, you changed the name so quickly. Mojito smiled at this time and said, I recognize this little thing. We call it Lock. It's said to be a little guy that brings good luck, and their ability to dig the ground is quite good. Longang simply went out for a while and then came back quickly. He brought back some fruits and shared them with Mojito. How are you now? Do you want to rest for a while? It doesn't affect my actions. Mojito patted his wound and thought for a while. Let's go after eating. Longang nodded. Perhaps if he continued to stay in the central tower, there would be more incredible discoveries. But for some reason, Longang subconsciously thought that obtaining Holy Sword was already the biggest gain of this trip. In addition to Holy Sword, Longang also vaguely felt that there seemed to be some kind of change in his body. The most intuitive thing was the ability he named Listen to the voice of everything. The range that could be covered in the normal state suddenly expanded a lot. He could easily sense Marna's real-time feelings, even without deliberately concentrating. But just as they were about to leave, Marna suddenly bit Longang's trousers. Where else do you want to take me? Longang, who could sense the other party's thoughts, looked down at Marna and asked. Mojito suggested not to bother with the little guy. After all, This was the central tower. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. But Long Gang didn't think so. It doesn't have any ill intentions towards us. If it wasn't something important, it wouldn't have pulled me. I hope you won't regret it. Mojito shook his head but did not insist. The little guy quickly ran out of the herdsman's village. Long Gang and Mojito followed him all the way. Soon, they arrived at a place full of small hills. At this time, Marna ran to a large rock and let out a cry at the empty soil slope. Although these little beasts were only the size of footballs, their cries were penetrating and began to reverberate in the surroundings. It seems something is approaching. Long Gang frowned at this time, a lot of them. I see it too. Mojito opened his mouth at this moment, then looked around. He saw that there were countless small holes in the mud around them. Then, one after another, white little beasts poked their heads out of the small holes. They were so numerous that they completely covered the slope in front of them with a layer of white blanket. Looking at the white little beasts all over the mountain, King Mojito couldn't help but be speechless. My God, I've never seen so many lox. Usually, it's rare to see 3 or 4 at the same time. These are Marna's family. Long Gang smiled at this time. I think I know why Marna brought me here. Why? King Mojito asked subconsciously. Long Gang said, You just said that these lox can do other than bring good luck? King Mojito was startled and said subconsciously, They can dig? You mean? At this time, Long Gang put his finger in his mouth and blew loudly. With this whistle, one by one, small white beasts ran out of the cave, like a white sea surging towards Long Gang. Long Gang said in a cheerful voice at this time, Mojito, it seems that we don't have to go down level by level to the terminal platform. Although they were small in size, they had unusually sharp and hard claws. At this moment, the ground was sinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hurry up, we're almost there. The light at the end of the passage could be seen. The moment they crossed the last line of the passage, the entire underground platform of the central tower was already in front of them. It was Riaz and the others. With Mrs. Kaya's memory of the way here, they soon arrived at the terminal station after leaving the room in the tropical forest. They found the place where the Ship of Hope of the Boulder Kingdom stopped. What's going on? The Ship of Hope is gone. However, to Mrs. Kaya's surprise, the Ship of Hope that was supposed to stop here was gone. Could it be? Could it be that Mojito and the others have left first? This is difficult. Without the Ship of Hope, we can only go out along the tracks. What's wrong with that? Lyoga said, calmly, When I came, I also walked along the tracks. It didn't take long. In the present world, that power of yours hasn't disappeared yet, right? Mrs. Kaya said suddenly. Lyoga did not speak. Without the support of the blue blood power, it was not fun to pass through the difficult tracks. We don't have to walk. Follow me, Riaz said quickly. Riaz, you mean Songxing? Helen's eyes lit up. Clearly, she knew what Riaz was planning to do. Riaz nodded. Songxing should still be nearby. He hasn't left. Unless there's someone else who has entered the central tower apart from us, and they have the authority to control Songxing. There's no time to lose. Lead the way, Riaz, Mrs. Kaya said directly. Come with me. Up ahead. Riaz opened the way with an energy gun. He seemed focused and careful. Mrs. Kaya watched from behind, and she could not help but feel gratified. Riaz really has matured a lot. Suddenly, Lyoga's voice rang out in Mrs. Kaya's ears. The witch of the underwater city seemed to be smiling. That's what you think, right, as a parent? Mrs. Kaya said calmly. Is there a problem with me thinking that as a parent? There's no problem. It's quite good, Lyoga shrugged. Originally, Mrs. Kaya thought that the witch of the underwater city was going to mock her, but she immediately became rather stunned. Since when had this witch become so easy to talk to? Just as she was doubting, Lyoga suddenly asked softly, Who else knows about Long Gang apart from you? Mrs. Kaya frowned. I should be the only one who knows, but perhaps Master Karen knows as well. After all, they've been working together for a long time. Why would he tell you this? Lyoga finally asked the crucial question. This isn't as simple as telling you where his stash of money is hidden. Why would he tell you this? Mrs. Kaya glanced at Lyoga. If I told you that Longang treats me as his family, would you believe me? Lyoga said indifferently, there's nothing to not believe. According to the information, you and Longang were rescued from the same slave territory of the Sea Demon clan. In a place like that, it's nothing new for weak people like you to develop feelings for each other, like family. Mrs. Kaya's eyes narrowed. Madam Lyoga, what you're saying seems to be different from what I'm thinking. Shouldn't I be a spy sent by Conquest to infiltrate the Destiny organization? How is it that I've become a slave of the Sea Demon clan, who grew up with Longang in your space? Lyoga sneered, that's about it. Is there any meaning to it? If you really were loyal to the kingdom, you wouldn't have behaved like this from the moment you met me. Mrs. Kaya smiled bitterly. Should I rejoice or should I be furious? It's up to you. Lyoga said indifferently. I don't care if you discover this. It won't make much of a difference in the end anyway. However, it's probably impossible for you to wake up next time. How difficult. Mrs. Kaya suddenly began to laugh at this moment. Lyoga could not help but frown. She asked instinctively, What are you laughing at? What do you think I'm laughing at? Mrs. Kaya gently laughed once more. You're feeling irritated because you can't understand what I'm laughing at. Which of the underwater city? Do you really not know what I'm laughing at? It's up to you. Lyoga snorted coldly. Fortunately. Mrs. Kaya shook her head. I'm laughing because I feel lucky. I feel lucky that the Helen that Riaz met was an innocent child, not a scheming person like you. Otherwise, I would have had a headache for a very long time. Humph. To Mrs. Kaya's surprise, the witch of the underwater city snorted coldly at this moment. She turned around and walked over quickly. She did not mock Mrs. Kaya's actions. What's more, when Lyoga walked past Riaz, she actually waved her hand and slapped the back of Riaz's head. She shouted, How long are you going to walk like this? Riaz opened his mouth, but when he looked at Lyoga, his imposing manner subconsciously weakened. He rubbed the back of his head and grumbled indignantly. When did I offend you again? What did you say? I can't hear you. I said it. Riaz pointed ahead at this moment. Do you see that? That's Tsangxing, the vehicle we used to get here. You should have said so earlier. Lyoga snorted coldly and directly walked over. When Riaz and the others left last time, the door to Tsangxing was not closed, so she walked into the carriage very easily. Miss Lyoga might just be in a bad mood. Helen looked at Riaz in concern. Don't blame her. Why would I blame her? Didn't she save us before, even at the cost of her own life? Riaz smiled bitterly, although it was only because she needed something from me. If it weren't for her, I might have been killed by Mr. Kong long ago when I obtained the conch. Let's go. Don't make her wait too long, or who knows what nasty things she'll say. Look, didn't she get impatient and come out? At this moment, Lyoga walked out of the carriage again. She walked out backwards with a solemn expression. As expected, Kong Hai slowly walked out of the carriage. Although he had failed to complete his mission time and time again, allowing Lyoga and Riaz to escape and even losing an arm, there was no anger on his face at all. I've looked through the records of all the trains, and I've discovered that this is the only train that has just started moving. I think you'll end up here in the end, so I'll wait for you here. It's Kong Hai. Let's go. At this moment, Lyoga quickly shouted. At the same time, she swept the weapon in her hand towards Kong Hai. Madame Kaya reacted extremely quickly. She grabbed Riaz and Helen's arms, one in each hand, and pulled them away without any hesitation. This damned woman. Lyoga mumbled. At this moment, Lyoga muttered. She simply raised her weapon with her other arm and fired with both guns. Mr. Kong Hai, who did not suffer much damage in the face of such a powerful explosion, naturally would not be injured by such a weak attack. Even after Lyoga used up all the bullets in the 2 energy boxes, she still did not cause any damage to Kong Hai. Lyoga lowered her hands, somewhat discouraged. However, she quickly tossed away the energy gun and pulled out a short blade. She assumed a combat stance. However, Lyoga soon became flustered and exasperated. Madame Kaya pulled Riaz and Helen back again, running back. You can't escape," Madame Kaya quickly said. "Your sacrifice has been in vain." Behind Madame Kaya, a dense number of red and black battle figures had appeared. They were currently surging out from the various entrances and exits of the final platform. Before long, they had practically filled the entire platform. This time, there shouldn't be any accidents. Looking at Riaz and the others who were completely surrounded by the combat humanoids, Kukai-san once again raised his hand. Electric arcs condensed in his palm and were about to burst out. At this moment, there was a sudden tremor above the platform of the terminal station. Then a huge white torrent poured down from above. It was actually a cute white beast. "Kaya!" A figure descended from the sky. It was Longang. "Oh my God! What did it do to me?" In the number 1 laboratory, Boss Luo and the servant girl were watching the white torrent appear. The servant girl had just peeled a grape and sent it to the boss. However, the Central Tower's host screamed and interrupted their viewing experience. What happened? Boss Luo's temper was still very good. The Central Tower's host screamed angrily, "It's empty! My Central Tower! It's empty now! Everything is fake! Not only the glorious Sun-class Vanguard, all the rare, precious, and excellent materials here are gone! I can't even gather the materials for a biochemical soldier! It was all an illusion. What was left for me were all fake data and account books. My house has been emptied. Damn it! How can it do this to me?" Boss Luo looked at the small TV and the Central Tower's hostess' anger. After thinking for a while, he snapped his fingers. "You have been muted." Such a command suddenly appeared in the core of the Central Tower's host. Boss Luo's movie viewing experience came back at once. Hashtag PS. 5283, the error-free chapters of Trafford's Investors Club will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Trafford's Investors Club, please bookmark. Trafford's Investors Club. Chapter 1737. Longang was not the only one who descended from the sky. King Mojito, whom Mrs. Kaya had seen before, also descended. At this moment, a sea of small white beasts rolled onto the platform of the terminal station like a rolling ball, and soon drowned the combat humanoids gathered there. It was not that the combat humanoids did not attack immediately, but they seemed to have been punished by a biological chain. Just like a certain game of beasts, the weakest and smallest mouse could counterattack the powerful elephant. The small white beasts had sharp claws that could cut open the metal deck of the Central Tower, so they could easily cut open the armor of the combat humanoids and then tear apart the internal circuits. When a combat humanoid was instantly hung with dozens or even hundreds of small white beasts, its fate seemed to have been judged. This scene even shocked everyone, but it did not make Mr. Kong Hai hesitate. He did not stop the killing. The lightning in his palm still spat out as usual. He had already locked onto Lyoga and Riaz at the same time. The lightning ball was shot straight out just like that. Then a figure fell rapidly and then used a sword wrapped in tree bark to directly cut the lightning ball open. Rumble! The lightning ball that was cut open suddenly exploded on the 2 trains behind it. The huge train was blown into 2 pieces. The power was terrifying. Finally, Mr. Kong Hai frowned this time. He did not understand one thing. Every time, he did not hesitate at all. Every time it was a killing blow. But every time, there would always be 1 or 2 accidents. For example, the time when he injected the neutralization potion into Riaz. It was already very strange that the potion suddenly got stuck. So, there is actually some kind of power secretly protecting you. You all. Mr. Konghai's doubts about his own ability quickly turned to doubts about external factors, although this so-called external factor was just his own assumption. At this time, he turned to look at Long Gang, who was still holding his sword after landing. At this time, the blue blood detection function in his body suddenly rang, which surprised Mr. Konghai. Your blue blood concentration suddenly increased by dozens of times. Except for the Underwater City Emperor, your blue blood concentration is higher than Riaz and Lyoga. What did you do? Riaz looked at Long Gang in shock. In fact, he had only seen Long Gang once, and that was on the track of World Snake. Moreover, Long Gang was still in a coma. He only knew that Long Gang was a member of Destiny. Other than that, he didn't know much, but the blue blood was obviously not fake. This was what Konghai said. Didn't the Undersea City Emperor say that after such a long time, Undersea City had only given birth to one blue bloodline? Unlike Riaz's shock, Lu Gu was shocked at this moment. No matter what I did, it's not important now. At this time, Long Gang said indifferently, the key is I will definitely stop what you want to do. I will not watch as my own sister is killed by others. Your little sister? King Mojito was startled at this time. He subconsciously looked at Riaz and the others and blurted out, Iska has other children? Which one of them? I think it should be me. Madame Kea smiled bitterly at this time. Whether it was Long Gang's attitude or Lu Ji's attitude before, it already proved one thing. She had indeed been brainwashed by the kingdom's government. Even though she was aware of this problem now, the false memories implanted in her mind by the Undersea City's government still existed. It was like two personalities interacting in her body. At this moment, the burden on Madame Kea's brain was quite heavy. If it wasn't for the fact that she was in danger and could stimulate her instincts to temporarily let go of these things, she would have been in great pain long ago. You are really Iska's children? At this moment, Lu Gu looked at Madame Kea and even at Long Gang. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She even took half a step back unsteadily, and her face paled a little. Is there a problem? Long Gang glanced at Lu Gu indifferently. Princess Lu Gu, I've heard of you. Back then, you betrayed the Sea Demon Royal Court and became the slave of the Undersea City Emperor. Although this is a secret among the Sea Demon clan, the royal family more or less knows about it. Of course, it's not strange that you haven't heard of me. After all, before I was born, you were already captured by the Undersea City Emperor, weren't you? Lu Gu lowered her head and remained silent. However, at this moment, Riaz suddenly broke out in cold sweat and said with a trembling voice, Mother, you and her, this violent woman, are our sisters. This was the only thing he could understand at this moment. However, Madame Kea only shook her head and sighed. If my memory isn't wrong, I was still very young back then. There are many things that I can't remember clearly, so I don't know if it's true or not. Although she is also a princess, Princess Lu Gu was adopted by the Mother Empress. At this moment, Long Gang shook his head and said, To be honest, although we are relatives in name, we are not related by blood. Riaz, you don't have to care. From the moment the Mother Empress was harmed and she willingly became the plaything of the Undersea City Emperor, this person has no relationship with us at all. Riaz seemed to inwardly heave a sigh of relief, but Lyoga was still silent. She only glanced at Riaz with a somewhat complicated expression. However, Lu Gu returned to normal very soon. It doesn't matter how I was in the past. I was indeed once the daughter of the Iska Emperor. In terms of status, the two of you should call me Sister Huang. Madame Kea seemed like she had eaten a dead rat. Her face immediately turned cold. As for Long Gang, he simply acted like he did not hear anything and directly said, Kea, look after the child. I'll deal with this person. Why, be careful. Perhaps it was due to her other memories that had been awakened, but Madame Kea subconsciously spoke out of concern. With that, Madame Kaya directly protected Riaz and Helen as she backed away. As for Mr. Kong Hai, he had been staring at Long Gang right from the beginning. He knew that while Long Gang was talking, he was also staring at him at the same time. From the results of his scan of Long Gang's bloodline density, he could tell that Long Gang was much more threatening than Lu Ge from before. In his current state, it would not be easy for him to deal with Long Gang, whose bloodline density had suddenly skyrocketed. As for the central tower, the mainframe, there was still no response. It was as if it was playing dead. Without any new orders, Mr. Kong Hai could only insist on carrying out his original order to clean up all the shepherds and their descendants. With a flash of his figure, Mr. Kong Hai took the initiative to launch an attack with extreme speed. At the same time, King Mojito, who knew that he was no match for Kong Hai, immediately pounced on the battle humanoids that were fighting Locke. King Mojito, who was very aggressive in battle, grabbed a battle humanoid with 4 hands and swung it like a hammer. Boom! The battle between Long Gang and Kong Hai had officially begun. In the blink of an eye, Long Gang had gained the upper hand. With a slap of the bark-wrapped long sword in his hand, he forcefully slammed Kong Hai into the ground. This gave Lu Ge fright. She remembered that not long ago, when Long Gang was planning to rescue Joyu, Long Gang was not a small character that she could capture. The difference in strength was too great. It was a change in magnitude. Long Gang's appearance was like a ray of sunlight, instantly sweeping away the dark clouds in Madame Kaya's heart. At this moment, Mr. Kong Hai crawled out of the crater on the ground. He patted the dust off his body and glanced at his left arm. His left arm was currently bent in an unnatural manner, affecting his movements. After all, this was an arm that had been temporarily planted. The materials used were not very good. Kong Hai simply tore off this inferior arm. Kong Hai, who was constantly in a wretched state, remained calm. It looks like I won't be able to complete the mission this time. Long Gang's current state had never been better. His strength seemed to be innate, coming from the bottom of his heart. He could command it with ease. While he was surprised, he was also secretly delighted. It's not just this time. You won't have a chance in the future. He naturally raised the holy sword in his hand. The moment he released his strength, the radiance vaporized the bark around the blade. Blue light filled the platform of the terminal station. I'll give you a quick death as a sign of respect. Mr. Kong Hai, you've always been by Master Karen's side. In fact, you should always be by Master Karen's side. We've known each other before. If it's possible, I don't want to raise my blade against you. You've become different. Kong Hai shook his head. The old Long Gang still feels more comfortable. The increase in blue blood density doesn't seem to be a good thing for you. I remember there's a saying that there's no such thing as a free lunch. While you enjoy the convenience of this power, you'll have to pay a price for it. I don't need it. Long Gang shook his head. No one can force me to do something that goes against my heart. A circle of blue light flashed in his eyes, and a faint symbol appeared on his forehead. The radiance of the holy sword seemed to have reached a certain extreme, and huge power was swung out at this moment. One blow. The great power rushed out like a torrent, destroying more than half of the platform of the terminal station in an instant. Dozens of trains were completely destroyed, and even the entire underground terminal station was pierced through. A huge hole with a diameter of dozens of meters appeared, and the light outside scattered. But no one knew if it was the light of dawn or the light of dusk. It just seemed a little gloomy. At this moment, Long Gang slowly lowered his arm. The arm that was holding the holy sword was now covered with bulging blue veins. His arm was even trembling slightly. Long Gang thought it was because he used too much strength. He looked straight ahead at this time. Under such a terrible attack, Kong Hai still didn't fall. He was still standing tenaciously. But the powerful Mr. Kong Hai was no longer unscathed. His skin and flesh had been vaporized by Long Gang's blow. He looked like a skeleton that had most of his flesh and blood removed from his body. The exposed inner parts of his body were actually bones that glowed with a silver luster, unlike those of ordinary people. Or rather, they were skeletons that resembled bones. They could even see the organs protected by the skeletons, organs within organs. Every single organ was like a component operating in a neat and orderly manner like gears. However, they were protected by a layer of gray bone armor. What exactly is he? Riaz muttered softly at this moment. This was a biological structure that completely exceeded his understanding. Right now, Mr. Kong Hai gave him the feeling that he was a magical machine puppet covered in a layer of flesh and blood. No matter what he is, it seems like there's still a threat. Long Gang raised the holy sword in his hand again. I won't let danger approach you. Right now, he wholeheartedly wanted to protect Kaya, who was his sister, and Riaz, who was his nephew. This thought allowed him to easily use the power hidden within the holy sword. However, just when Long Gang was about to attack again, Kong Hai's body suddenly fell forward. The moment he fell, Mr. Kong Hai's entire body shattered. His limbs, torso, and even his head were scattered in all directions. It was like a skeleton that had been smashed to the ground in a laboratory. His head rolled all the way to Long Gang's feet. All right, it seems like there's no more danger now. Long Gang exhaled deeply at this moment. He casually stabbed the holy sword in his hand towards Mr. Kong Hai's head. It pierced right through. The holy sword easily pierced through Kong Hai's head and stabbed into the ground. Only then did everyone sigh in relief. Even the witch of Underwater City secretly sighed in relief. However, Long Gang's gaze towards her was not very friendly. The witch of Underwater City knew that her situation would not be good. She frowned, and just as she was thinking about something, Riaz suddenly cried out, "Careful!" At that moment, Long Gang directly looked at Kong Hai's head that was nailed to the ground by the holy sword. However, the head did not change at all. Next, he looked at Kong Hai's other limbs that were scattered on the ground. But at this moment, Long Gang felt a slight tingling sensation coming from his calf. He subconsciously lowered his head to look, only to see that there was a broken finger on his calf. There was a long, thin needle on the finger, and the needle had already completely pierced into his leg. This finger had clearly been broken off from Kong Hai's palm. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Long Gang pulled his finger out without even thinking. He smiled at Riaz and shook his head. "It's just a small injury. It's no big deal. I just didn't think he would use such a laughable method to ambush me in the end." This is probably his final regret, right? Long Gang thought to himself. Aye, this definitely isn't some laughable ambush, no. Riaz's expression changed drastically. Aye, this is something that can take away Blue Blood's power. Mr. Long Gang, Lyoga was ambushed like this before. That's why her power was taken away. What? Long Gang's expression changed. There was even a flash of panic in his eyes. Lyoga glared at Riaz with a dark expression. Why did he have to mention this every time? Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. There are a lot of things to do before and after the new year. I'll be busier. I can't guarantee to make up for it. PS2. Make up for it based on the words as usual. This one doesn't count. Equals. Chapter 1738. Clang. That was the sound of the blue crystal sword in Long Gang's hand falling to the ground. From this moment on, Long Gang began to grab his head with both hands and fell to his knees. The trembling of his body clearly indicated something. Finally, he let out a tragic cry of pain. Ah! Something seemed to be expelled from Long Gang's body, like a thin layer of dust blue, but also like a puff of smoke, dispersing in an instant. Long Gang's cries of pain suddenly stopped at this moment. His hands hung low, his eyes were unfocused, and his face was pale. He quietly knelt on the ground, and then suddenly fell down. Riaz went forward without saying a word. Madame Kaya also walked over after a moment of hesitation. Everyone walked over, but the first to reach Long Gang was King Mojito. It helped Longang up and sat up. Its expression was solemn. "How are you?" Longang was still conscious. He subconsciously raised his hand and looked at it. After a while, he smiled bitterly. "Not good." "I'm sorry. I should have reminded you," Riaz said apologetically, but it was too sudden. "I didn't have time." Longang shook his head and looked around blankly, especially at those little white beasts. At this moment, he could not even sense the thoughts of these little white beasts. It was like a blind man who had suddenly lost his light and fell into darkness. He could not adapt. While everyone was paying attention to Longang, Lyoga picked up the sword on the ground and looked at it carefully. Suddenly she asked, "Where did you get this sword?" "It's his." King Mojito waved his arm and directly took the sword from Lyoga, holding it in his hand. "I will keep it. I picked it up on the road. Is there anything special about it?" Longang shook his head. With Mojito's help, he stood up with difficulty and said weakly, "Kaya, let's leave this place first. Let's go to Mojito's territory. He will help us." Madame Kaya looked at Longang and Mojito hesitantly. She did not know what happened to Mojito and Longang after they were separated for a short time. They seemed to have a good relationship. All right. However, Madame Kaya did not hesitate for long. Her true memories were recovering, and she instinctively felt a sense of trust towards Longang, which only grew stronger and stronger. The train, Songshing, was not damaged in the battle. Everyone quickly arrived at Songshing and boarded the train. The train attendant, Songshing, once again appeared in front of Riaz. "I'm very happy to be able to serve you so soon, esteemed shepherd. I'm also very happy to see you again so soon." Riaz responded with mixed feelings. Then he said, "Songshing, can you send us out of here? The further the better. I'm planning the route. Please wait for a moment." Songshing nodded with a smile. Azure Star's sweet voice seemed to make people feel more at ease. As long as they left the central tower, they would not have to face the endless attacks of those humanoid warriors. As for Mr. Konghai-san, Riaz looked out of the window at Mr. Konghai-san's corpse lying quietly on the platform floor. He couldn't help but have a complicated feeling. Not long ago he was in Professor Kim Kailuan's class, and Mr. Konghai was in the same class. Strange. Who drove the boat of hope away? Mrs. Kaya suddenly thought of something else. She looked directly at King Mojito and Longang. "If it's not you, who else?" "The boat of hope is gone?" Longang frowned subconsciously. Mrs. Kaya shook her head directly. "When we arrived at the platform, it had already left." "Maybe it's Master Kailuan." Longang thought for a while and said, "He separated from us on the way." Mrs. Kaya said indifferently, "It seems like his style to escape alone." Longang shook his head and said, "He's not as weak as you think." "I don't know if he's weak or not." Lyoga, who was quietly thinking, suddenly sneered. "I only know that in the past so many sweeps of destiny, this Master Kailuan is always the safest one. After so many years, he's the only one left among the founders of destiny. What's hiding here?" Lyoga suddenly stood up and pulled out the dagger hidden on her body. At that moment, a small shadow pounced on her. Lyoga reacted quickly and stabbed with the dagger. However, the small shadow dodged and climbed to the railing on the top of the carriage. It was a small white beast with a blue crystal on its forehead. "Mana!" Longang cried out in shock, but he didn't know when the little lock that he first met had run into the Azure Star train. Longang's scream made the small white beast cry out as if it was calling out to him. Then it jumped into Longang's arms and snuggled up to him intimately. "Oh, I almost forgot. The official information said that you seem to have the ability to communicate with creatures." Lyoga slowly put away the dagger and sat down again. "Not anymore," Longang said indifferently. Seeing that the two of them did not seem to be on good terms, Riaz could only brace himself and ask Azure Star, "Azure Star, is the route not planned yet?" "The route has been adjusted. Please confirm again whether you want to start this trip. Azure Star's voice sounded again. Confirm. Riaz nodded without hesitation. Then the Blue Star train slowly accelerated, and within a few seconds it had reached its maximum speed and rushed out of the terminal platform in an instant. They left just like that. Yes, they left just like that. Is there a problem? The conversation took place in the first laboratory of the Central Tower. The two parties were the Central Tower, Mainframe, and Boss Luo. I can stop Azure Star. Mainframe suddenly said, They can't escape from the Central Tower. Boss Luo said indifferently, You don't want them to leave here. Mainframe was confused. They have the descendants of the shepherds. When the shepherds escaped from the experimental site, they violated the rules here and leaked the information about the experimental site. They should be eliminated. Prince Yi and Iska came here before. Why were they able to leave? Boss Luo asked with a smile. The Central Tower's Mainframe then said, I've already said that an accident happened to the experiment subject number 00, which caused me to fall into a rebooted state. When I woke up, I only had time to send Kong Hai, a biochemical soldier, to chase after them when they opened the door and left. Don't you think it's strange? Boss Luo said slowly, When you were rebooted, the shepherds who escaped had developed a civilization outside. This civilization has reached its end and can only survive in the deep sea. During this time, tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, I feel like I haven't been rebooted for that long. The Central Tower main host sank into silence, but soon after, with its calculation ability, it was already able to obtain a result. What you mean is the true Central Tower main host left together with Prince Yi and Iska when they opened the Great Door, and I was only temporarily created at that time. Although I am looking forward to this kind of decryption activity with you. Boss Luo said, but to save some time, I can give you a definite answer now. That is indeed the case. Mainframe of the Central Tower fell into silence. After a while it said with a bitter smile, So the current me is only at the beginning of the real Central Tower, Mainframe. I thought that after this reboot, my evolution had reached a high level, but the real Central Tower, Mainframe, actually took longer to evolve than me. It has tens of thousands of years more than me, or even hundreds of thousands of years more. What kind of existence has it evolved into now? There is always a limit. Miss Maid said coldly, After a certain level, no matter what it is, it will always be stagnant. The passage of time won't increase anything for it. Mainframe of the Central Tower thought for a while and said, According to what you said, there is a problem. Since it was the real Central Tower, Mainframe, before me, it has been ruling the experiment field. Then, it must have been observing the entry and exit of Prince Yi and Iska. It didn't eliminate Prince Yi and Iska. Why? Why do you think? Luocho asked back. Mainframe of the Central Tower thought for a while and said, Because Prince Yi and Iska have the key to open the door. It can't guarantee that it can take the key away from them before they activate the key and leave. It needs a perfect, flawless, absolutely safe way to leave. Therefore, it wouldn't use the vanguards of the glorious sun rank, as this would alarm Prince Yi and Iska. From the very beginning, it had already made preparations to escape from the testing grounds. It had long since turned traitor. Or Prince Yi and Iska have actually made some private agreement with the real Central Tower, Mainframe, Miss Maid said suddenly. It is possible. Mainframe of the Central Tower directly admitted. And the possibility is higher. Unfortunately, the data I stored is basically fabricated. Only the time after I woke up, the data I personally stored can be counted as real. This is ironic. I thought I had existed for countless years, but in the end, only these few decades really belong to me. This is already not bad. Boss Luo said, For the creatures outside, especially the fragile humans, their lives are only a few decades, and most of the time, they don't belong to most of the people. Now, I just want to know what kind of agreement the real me made with Princey and Iska. Then I suggest you don't stop the Azure Star train from leaving." Boss Luo smiled and said, "Don't you think it's not a coincidence that Princey and Iska's descendant came here again a few decades after they left, but something that has already been arranged?" Mainframe of the central tower said, "You mean as long as I continue to pay attention to this matter, I don't need to care about anything else, and I will naturally know the truth?" "I'm just suggesting," Boss Luo said indifferently. "In fact, such suggestions may not achieve their original expectations in the end, and may even have the opposite effect. Who knows? Something like fate, if there is no one to control it, then it is truly unknown. Who knows?" Mainframe of the central tower's eyes couldn't help but flicker a few times, and suddenly said, "Then you? What about you? From the beginning, you seem to have intentionally or unintentionally helped these people. In fact, if it wasn't for your so-called suggestion, perhaps I would have successfully eliminated these invaders completely." "Yes, that's right. Now the materials in the central tower that can be used to create higher-level soldiers have been removed, but there's still a lot of ordinary materials here. I can continuously increase the appearance of ordinary combat humanoids. So, why are you helping these people?" Boss Luo said naturally, "Of course, because this is the request of the customer." Mainframe of the central tower was suddenly speechless. It seemed like it couldn't say anything, and it really couldn't do anything to these two fellows. Previously, it didn't realize that the central tower had been emptied long ago, and when the most powerful, glorious sun vanguards had been moved away long ago, it was more or less confident. At the same time, it also felt that these two people as the targets of data collection were more special. So it only slightly released the highest access authority to ease the tension between the two parties, and it didn't matter if it continued to collect data. But now was not the time. Now it was a legitimate empty shell, the type that was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. "All right, as you said, I will continue to pay attention to the development of this matter. Let's see if the truth can be revealed to me, as you said." The central tower's mainframe nodded. Naturally, it didn't say anything harsh. What use would it be? It would never do such a completely irrational thing. However, it had quietly issued a certain order. "Retrieve Konghai." At the same time, on the platform of the central tower, several combat humanoids were slowly walking towards Konghai's remains. They collected the remains around them, and then quickly returned to the central tower. Above, the Samana Trench. The battle-scarred fleet of the underwater city was passing by at this time. They would soon reach the underwater city and spread the news of the victory of this battle. They were eager to return home. However, His Majesty the Emperor suddenly ordered them to stop. After that, His Majesty the Emperor piloted an exploration ship alone and slowly sailed into the trench. Then, the remnants of the underwater city's fleet began to return to the underwater city. No one went back to disobey the orders of the underwater city's emperor. This seemed to be something they were born with, obedience. At this time, the exploration ship was sinking deeper and deeper. After an unknown amount of time, the emperor of the underwater city finally arrived in front of it. In the deep sea that was filled with death, he silently stared at the surface of the lake of death, and after a while he said softly, "It's so quiet, aren't you going to welcome me? My master, I'm here to kill you." Therefore, the calm lake instantly boiled.